Hello, everyone, and welcome to Countless Heroes, that crazy 16-player West March-style campaign where I, Logan, take on 6 of my players at a time. Hello, play.
Hello.
And look, the little thingy, you didn't skip around and do the diddly-doodly.
Eloquently put.
Such technical terms. I'm sorry to scare you with all that vast technical knowledge there. Hello to our wonderful audience. How are you all? I can't see you yet. I don't have the thing up. I don't have chatbot up. I'm just tired. It's been a
More games till
there.
WonderCon, though.
Chatbot should be up soon.
2 more games till WonderCon.
What? 2 more games to WonderCon?
Tomorrow and Tuesday.
2 more games to WonderCon. Got WonderCon coming and going. Doesn't know what's going on.
Question: does anybody else have a problem switching to a second page on the D&D Beyond bonus thing on Twitch? Because I've had a couple of days where I can't actually see the other page. For
Well,
people.
there is no other page right now because I haven't added you
Oh.
yet because
I'm-
So, you are now,
Sorry.
but I forgot that I had to have you
Yesterday
do
there
the
were
thing.
more people, but maybe that was, I don't know.
Is it bad if I say that my screen is big enough that I don't usually have to have that problem?
Yes, it is.
I usually can
Because
fit all
you
6
can't
people on the same thing.
You can't design accessible web pages based on your gargantuan monitor.
I didn't design this.
Your expectations.
My mom's name goes off the page.
Your expectations for accessibility cannot be part of your monitor setup.
I have very nice monitors. I got extremely cheap.
It's a little ridiculous.
No, I have 3 and a television, technically. Because that one was going to be too far away for me to be able to see if it was just normal.
This is truth.
So hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello to our audience. Hello, I'm sorry I did not see you. The chat was not working. I see Matthew. I see Autumn. I see our players. Who else?
But we're right here,
That's it.
Logan.
Oh, there you are. Hi, how's it going? Let me try that again. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, well, how long have you been there? All right.
For 35 minutes.
35, only 35 minutes?
No,
Oh, that's right.
I've actually,
Good, yeah,
I've actually
perfect.
been in chat since like 5:45. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw you in chat while I was making soup.
Yeah, you've been.
Just because, like, I got home and I got in
for a
chat.
while.
I didn't want to miss anything. Damn it, you're always making jokes and I'm not there. Which is true, but I think we all make jokes when everyone else is not there. All the time.
sometimes they're just for me.
Sometimes for my
Sometimes
safety,
they're
that's
just
a
for
good
me.
thing. Sometimes for my safety. so I
Sometimes they
don't
are just
die.
for me. I don't die, you do die. You
I do believe you to do.
Do.
wasn't in drive. Okay, I'm opening it now. I don't know why I'm saying this out loud.
Because we just need a glimpse into how the sausage is made, and the sausage is made inside of Logan's.
Ghost horse. Ghost horse. God damn.
Paul Revere, and he's the ghost of the horse
Ghost
that
of
won
the
last
horse
year.
that
Let us
won
hear.
last.
Ghost horse. Ghost.
Evidently, that's from like episode 130 something of the Bim Bam. I thought it was recent. I'd never heard it before.
It's from like 2014 Max Fun Drive or something.
Oh, okay.
So that's one then?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
one.
Bim Bam, it's a tough one to not.
McElroy.
Yeah, let's never. Only one McElroy reference every night would be done.
Well, you can do one,
I would do
one,
that.
one Adventure Zone and one Mavim Bim. They are separate properties.
They have entered the zeitgeist in a way that nothing else can.
Be like saying, I referenced oxygen more than once.
That song is gonna be in my head for the rest of the session.
Horse
Logan.
ass. Horse ass.
If you
It's
haven't
part of
heard
the
it,
song, Gabby.
it's on YouTube.
It's literally
hilarious.
part of the song.
I don't listen to my man band.
I have to at least show you the animation somebody did.
I
usually
watched
watch
the
the animation.
amazing.
but I just- yeah, that's-
Did she just say that she doesn't?
Yeah.
Did she say
Oh,
this?
yeah. He,
But okay, fine, Bim Bam. But you've watched, you listened to Adventure Zone, right?
That's a good one to listen to
I'm
on
paying
your.
for both of those live. So I can't wrap my mind around.
I mean, neither have I, so I'm not really.
Gabby, is it because you just don't find anything appealing about it, or you just haven't found?
I don't know.
That's
It's
both.
not like it. It's funny, but I don't have the attention span to sit down and listen to it as part of it.
Mood. The thing that got me, Tessa had been raving about it for a long time, and the thing that got me is one day we had our offices together in the same room here, and she was just bawling her eyes out, and I'm like, "What are you listening to?" And she goes, "I'm listening to the second last episode of the adventure." And I was like, "Oh, is it the second last? Oh, shut up!" That was more like it, but and I was like, "Jesus, is this really?" I mean, these three comedians and their dad are really. And she's like, "Yeah, it's really good." And she listened next night, the last episode, and she was crying even more. I'm like, "Okay, I gotta do this." So I start listening to the first episode next day, and about halfway through the episode, there's a line that says, maybe it was the end of the first or second episode. There's a line that says, "Man, we just killed like 1,000 people. I'm so hard right now." And I went, "This is what you were crying? Do I have the right podcast?" Like, and she goes, "You just have to wait. You have to wait. You have to get through it. You have to get to the second arc, or maybe the third, and you will never put it down." I have now listened to it twice, all the way through, and I am gearing up for my third listen because this is just so good.
I just started my second.
I don't want to like sit here and
Yeah.
gush and advertise about a product that's not ours, but
Yeah,
it's
I feel
amazing.
You're a little choppy, baby.
You're getting robotic there, Logan.
I'm getting robotic.
Yes.
Como arigato, Mr. Robot. How about now? I'm green
But
now.
your voice getting robotic and you doing that song, it worked out really well, actually.
Everybody's getting robotic for me, but I'm green, so I don't know what to do about
Me
that.
too. Everyone sounds.
Dis-
Somebody else talk for a little while.
Discord.
Discord.
It's calling
Everybody
Discord.
hates Discord.
We have a love-hate relationship with it. It's what keeps us all together, but then it's also what tries to tear us apart.
I got a horse right here. His name is Paul Revere. He's the ghost of the horse
It
that
sounds-
died last year. Ghost horse.
It sounds like
So
auto-tuned a little bit because it's a little.
really
Right?
still
Yeah.
okay. Hold on.
Now I have.
It just started happening. It's not like.
Everyone sounds robotic for me too. Yeah.
Okay, how about now? Is that any better?
Nope. Fun
Keep
times.
talking.
La 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 ba ba ba
It's
ba
popping
ba
just
ba
a little bit, but it's not as bad as it was.
ha, ha, ha.
Yes.
Sorry.
But
1 second.
It's not necessary.
Did that fix it? Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing.
there we
I left
go.
and came back. Everything sounds good.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Fine.
Next person through that with us, folks.
Capitan law enforcement.
Yeah, thanks for putting up with everything. 136 episodes this week.
Horse cop. His horse is a real horse cop. God damn it. Logan!
Yeah, Matthew, I agree with you completely, and I understand a lot of why. If you listen to a lot of the little adventure, the Adventure Zone episodes, which are their talks about their episodes, the idea that one of the players early on thought that they had to be funny, so he tried to just crack as many jokes as possible, and the Griffin
Like
didn't really
Clint?
take it really seriously until about halfway through the first arc, and then they abandoned the module. There's a lot of, I hope I'm not spoilery, but there's a lot of great stuff. And it's funny because only one of them had really played a lot of D&D, and it's amazing to hear them all buy in at different points along the way. And Griffin grabs into it right about the second arc, and then Travis is there the whole time. He's more than they want him to be. And then
Dial
Justin
back.
grabs in around arc 3, and then Clint jumps in like seriously hardcore around arc 4 and 5, and it's just awesome to see the kind of click that getting it for the eyes of people that I've been listening to other shows for. It was really neat. So
And people are still waiting for us to click.
yeah, right. We just don't get it. I don't understand this
We'll
role
get
play
there.
thing.
We'll have our day in the sun.
Get there.
Sunday will be
Someday you'll have a beach day.
Someday.
I gave
we'll
you
find
one.
it.
137 episodes. I gave you one. What do you want?
Yeah, then we had one beach day.
It was more like a beach
We-
minute.
We had the spa episode. We had the spa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did get the spot.
We
Yeah,
did
we
get
did.
The spa.
We've done this one multiple times because
You
there's
guys, I thought you guys went like fishing and you met the goblins that day. That was a really chill day. That was this game,
We
right?
had Christmas
God, I get so
episode.
confused.
We had-
Nope,
That wasn't where you guys were on the beach?
Lady Enith was
That
fishing
was-
with her hand.
Damn it.
That was prequel.
Damn it.
Yeah.
yeah, we went
Back.
fishing.
It was
The
this
little
game,
floating
just not
duck.
these characters.
Yeah, prequel.
We found the displacer beast and then after we put one hole. Yeah. That was really chill, but it wasn't this game.
Damn.
Oh my god, when we do the prequel game, please have Fizzgood make a cameo, please.
Oh, Fizzcake will be there.
Fizzcake was my displacer beast kitten.
Also, Sam Adams beard for the holiday pack.
Fizzcake?
Fizzywig.
Fizzywig.
Nope. I had to yuck your
Fuzzy.
yums right there. I'm sorry.
Great. Harsh Mamel.
Yep.
Does yuck my yums to anyone else just sound really gross?
But
Sounds
It
really good.
really is the worst way of saying that. It really.
It's true. I'm not denying.
You can yuck my yums any day.
Maybe we could get started since we just got hosted for 15 people. So,
Oh, hi!
that's
Hi!
kinda nice.
So-
Hi, the
so-
Sonic Flame,
Well,
and all of your followers. You can come on over to our chat if you want, or stay over there in your own private chat. That's okay too. Do whatever makes you comfortable, whatever you're happy.
So I wasn't in yesterday's game.
Yesterday.
Who would like
All my
to
farms, they
summarize?
seem so far
I
away.
can recap if you want.
This is really good. Staying on topic. Looking.
Yep, I'm very good at that on a Friday night.
Could you please recap what
Um,
happened this
So,
We have Lester Farms dairies here. That's the. Never mind.
so we were kind of told that they wanted to collapse the cave that the party had been to earlier this week, and we decided to go along and watch the two guys who were going to do it. Make sure that it all went through fine. Okay, stop making that face.
And they brought a donkey with them. One of them doesn't talk, and the other one talks a lot.
Can we rewind a little bit more? We're stuck
was-
on an island.
Yes. We're stuck- they found a cave.
We're on an
Bad
island.
stuff happened. They're gonna go collapse it. So we went with some guys and we're gonna go collapse the cave. We got there and there were stone walls built out further than we had seen before. So after we did some investigating, found out that was the only one. And also there was only one person who seems important, I guess is the best way to say that, in the cave. And so Callie opened a door and there was a high priestess of Rinth there, standing right there, and they talked for a bit. Callie introduced herself as a high priestess as well, so she actually talked to Callie, and
power move.
yeah,
Did not go
because
well.
she is technically the high priestess of her temple. Because
Lying to
become the high priestess when you're
Drow.
the only one there for like 3 weeks, I guess.
Lying to Drow is Tessa's MO. It worked so well last time.
But they talked for a bit. She started bringing up Cinderhaven and the King of Secrets and Rent's puppets, and asked Callie if she knew who killed the King of Secrets, and Callie said it was her. So we got into a fight, and
Basically, yeah, I did a bitch. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly it.
and the Drow High Priestess summoned Baphomet, who came after us, and we started some of us started to run away and then other people didn't, so people came back and then some were flown away, and in the fight Soxy did a ton of damage to Baphomet with like 70-80 points of damage in like one hit, and so he went after her, and Owen and Noshin, who had both started running, came back. Soxy eventually was very hurt, so she called her mount and got onto him, and they continued to attack her, and they continued to attack her until she was completely dead. And so my dog started crying right when I said that.
It's okay.
Appropriate.
So O'Shane got her body out. Primeheart, who had also was both banished and brought back, also ran. Everybody ran but Owen, who dodged all of the attacks from both the priestess and Baphomet before also running. We got Soxy back to camp, where Callie had set up Raised Dead, and we went to raise her, but Soxy found out that Baphomet took a part of her, so she cannot come back all the way. She also can't cross over all the way. So, but to come back, she had to pay a price, which was her memories of someone. So she chose to forget Dimple. But she came back and gained a 20th level ability. I don't remember exactly what it's called.
I'll go ahead and fill in the last little goals here. First off, yes?
We have a couple comments in chat saying that the music is a little loud. If you can just turn it down just a teeny bit.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
God. I don't know how that happened. That was very loud, yes. It very much was. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah,
Okay, so... well, you shouldn't be hearing that volume. Anyway, unless you're listening to the stream, which is fine. A little delayed, but there's a couple of things. We got the naked thing where she was basically in a sheer dress when she started.
yeah.
It was right behind the door that you created inside this wall of stone, and the fact that she kind of retreated back after summoning a creature for you to fight as a distraction, and you left her without watching her to be able to counterspell when she cast Gate. Just want to make sure those factors were involved, and then the idea that you were running. And because everybody didn't want to leave anybody else, nobody left except O'Sheen, who's like, screw you, I've got a child here. And
Alan,
you guys
you
ended
brought
up
Glitter
in...
with you?
No.
No, I was trying to
Glitter
get
brought
back.
Glitter with him. Twice.
Glitter teleported because he missed
Glitter
his
is able to
dad.
do the impossible, evidently. The power of love. So you end up spending about 7 rounds in combat with basically an elder demon, more powerful than the King of Secrets by far, and a drow high priestess. It's probably the most powerful person you've ever met in the world. Now, she didn't do much because she was amused until you guys weren't dying fast enough. And then she was a little frustrated, a little scared. Not scared, but a little frustrated, a little bit miffed. I started to kind of get involved in the combat.
Turned on.
Maybe. As you guys get back to the camp, Soxy was completely dead. They started to cast Raised Dead. Soxy's god spoke with her, and god is a singular god is kind of weird when it's basically a hive, a swarm. But it spoke with her and said, "You're stuck between the worlds. You have 2 options. You can stay here and remain stuck until someone frees the part of your essence that will allow you to cross over, or you can go back for an eternity of lifetimes with the charge of freeing the essence of all the chitin and all the people that are held within Heart's Cleaver, the weapon that Baphomet carries." And she chose to come back, which is basically my version of a revenant. Revenant, if you're familiar with the concept. She is now returned back as an ever-living creature. She has been told that she can come back as many times as it takes. The problem is there's a cost every time. She'll gain power every time, and she has to choose someone to forget completely from her life. Now, she can relearn about them, but she loses everything before that. The more close of a connection she has with that person, the more powerful she gets. So she chose to forget the most important person she could think of that wasn't one of the party members, and that was Pinball. In exchange, she got the Paladin of Conquest's 20th level ability to turn into basically a hulking rage beast once a week, not once a day, but once a week. And she can now do that game. Crits on a 19 and 20, does resistance to all damage and something else for a minute straight. She can do that once around, as in basically becoming a chosen of her god for that. Now, I guarantee you this isn't any sort of min-maxing game. That role-playing decisions are going to bite her in the butt. And if she dies again, she will have to get someone else to come back, and that will give her some new power. The whole purpose of Soxy in this life now is to end Baphomet. God is choosing this method to make it happen. So that is her charge. Now, whether that happens in this game or not, I have no idea. But in the long term, that is Soxy's goal in life or unlife. Now, sorry, go ahead.
How much of that is actual party knowledge?
All of it.
She told us all.
She told everyone, and as soon as Oshin and her had a conversation away from the literally entire camp watching her be raised deaded, they would have figured out it was pinball. So it's all common knowledge at this point. Now, the way that it came back was that their god sent a parasite to fill the hole in her essence, a long string-like worm that crawled inside of her up, and you could see inside of her eyes underneath, and it slowly just sort of faded out as she regenerated and healed. Anyway, you guys, this is some of your faults, by the way. I mean, you guys got looks on your face right now, but
It's only natural.
Kyle, it's our fault. It's our fault, Kyle.
For me, there was the whole bottom row that wasn't in last night that just freaked out. It was very good. The top row was like, yeah, that happened. And the bottom row was like losing it.
so,
I regret
so,
yesterday.
and she can feel it inside of her. She knows that there's this bit of her
Okay,
crawling around
no.
inside of her all the time. She gets more used to it as it goes on, but
So I just watched Annihilation, and I'm getting
Yeah.
like huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callie had suggested that, the drow knew how many people were in our camp, knew where it was, and had
knew that you were from Cinderhaven.
So
Because we haven't seen the little rock that's in the middle of camp that occasionally leans up, and there's these two little eyes poking out, and it leans back down.
So Callie had
Sorry,
suggested that
people have stopped doing that.
we were talking about moving camp. I think we started to move camp last night, and then Callie had suggested that everybody sleep in the mansion for a safe.
So is naked important? I don't know if it really is or not. There was a couple of things that kind of go along with that. One, the idea that she's willing to face you completely unarmed, or was she? And then the idea that at a moment's notice, at the snap of her finger, she's able to summon all of her equipment and armor and everything to her, which I kind of skipped that part. I forgot. So also the idea of the power move is not unheard of here. But yes, all of those things kind of combined without having said them, which I probably should have. That for me, it does kind of factor in this idea that she's willing to be alone and face you. She has no fear or care about you, and you guys could have easily gotten a couple shots off before she was able to get her stuff back. Except she decided to strike first, and you guys weren't quite ready.
It's probably the third time that nudity has actually played an important plot point. So nudity is now Logan's Chekhov's gun. Okay, good to know.
Chekhov's boob.
Chekhov's boobs. You heard it here first, folks.
Sorry, Chekhov's
Let's-
nudes.
Let's
Take off the nudes. Yes.
let's hope this is the last time you heard it as well.
The next time Logan
I-
talks about someone scantily
Logan.
clad, we're all gonna make eye contact like,
Logan,
I don't have a lot of scantily clad anything.
but
Where
the
it's
next time you do-
scantily clad means they'll be naked within 3 scenes. That's the rule, right? Is it? That's
by
Chekhov's
the end
new.
of the session. By the end
By
of
the
the
end of the-
NPC.
By the end of the arc, you got to have it. By the end of the arc, we have to see this character nude. Great.
No, I said that's for NPCs that Callie takes a shine to.
Oh, there you go.
3 scenes.
I will say, Callie was not lying to call herself a high priestess. She is the head of a temple. That is not a lie.
You become the head when you open it. You become
Yeah.
a high priestess when you open it and are the only one there for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. But now I
Does
have
that
a follower.
make me the high priestess of my art commune?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Going on my resume.
Oh my god.
A lot of skippage on the music right now.
Yeah.
It's like Lord of the Rings playing on vinyl in a car.
Sorry, we're having a few little tech
No, I gotcha.
thingies tonight.
That's okay. It happened.
All right.
Yeah. Sound issues.
So okay, am I still clipping now? Testing.
That's better.
Everyone still sounds robotic for me.
Yeah, I.
Huh? Do we sound robotic to the audience? I guess is the big question.
It sounds.
Do I sound weird to you guys?
It sounds a little bit robotic. I don't notice it until someone points it out. To be honest,
Sorry.
like, oh, you sound robotic. I'm like,
It's
oh yeah.
so jarring for me. It is obvious for me.
Do we need to switch servers, maybe?
I'm thinking about it. I just had to remember how to do that. Oh, we're in Central. That might be. How about that?
That is perfect.
Central wasn't even good for me.
You're like, that's where I
You
am.
are Central.
I think Central is in Texas. I think that their server is in Texas.
No, it's Nebraska. It's flooded right now.
It's Nebraska. It's snowing right now. Is that what you said?
Water in the tubes. Okay.
Oh, the internet tubes are full of water.
Yeah, it's like when you pretend to be underwater and you go like it was just that but musical.
I need both hands to push to talk, so never mind. I was gonna be all clever, and I don't have a foot pedal, so never mind.
You need both hands to push to talk?
I need at least one, and I needed two hands to do the weird sound effect that I was gonna do, and I couldn't do it.
Darn, we've all been we missed out.
Robbed.
We've been
Sorry.
denied.
Yeah.
Rich experience.
Denied.
Not that rich. I promise you, it really
Let
was
us
not
be
that great.
judge of that.
Mhm.
Okay. I'll do it for you guys
All
at WonderCon. How's that?
Hag back.
So, I was just about to-
Hag back.
Can I do the high bag? I haven't done
Thank
it.
So, did you guys try to convince the captain to move the entire camp yesterday? That was my last question.
Yes.
And that could be a decision you guys make if you want, because everyone knows that
Alright.
information pretty readily.
Primart suggested it.
But
The captain's
Only concern-
first concern is, where do you think we're going to be able to go? They won't be able to find us.
that's always what I was gonna say.
At least here we have water to our back. And we're in a relatively, if you remember, I described as kind of having walls. It's a fairly protected. Now, granted, you're at the low ground on the walls, but at least you're not going to be able to get a lot of people all at once. But yeah, they said they'll increase patrols, but as of right now, I think they're gonna have they think they're gonna stay, unless somebody comes with a really compelling reason to not.
It's probably fine if we have the mansion because you can only go into the mansion if your GB designates that you can.
Correct.
And I think
So while
we
you're
would be
sleeping,
able-
you guys will be safe.
and if something happens, everyone can go in. Because
Actually,
they can
you're safe
fit-
all the time. It lasts for 24 hours and he's casting it every day. So yeah, you guys are constantly safe. Anybody who is not, I mean, honestly, they probably only built about half of the buildings they need. But the captain would insist they can finish them up and start reinforcing them because, well, she kind of just, whenever she's talking to the men about it, if anybody's there, she kind of just looks over at Soxy and then looks at GB. And they get the idea, and they go over and finish up the buildings. All right, hang bag. So, who has not pulled from the hang bag? Anyone? Everyone, huh? Okay, go ahead. Well, so go ahead and roll me a percentile while I get it up. Not monsters. I'll just roll a random monster. How about?
There you go.
I'm gonna roll my
Let's pull
another
another-
dice.
Pull a monster corpse this time. Instead of-
Pull a Baphomet.
Pull a Baphomet. There he is.
Mm-mm.
I rolled a
Found him.
92.
Must have got the wrong bag.
Ooh, 92.
92. Damn. Oh no, what did we pull? What did
Some
she
filth.
pull out of the
Come on, so good.
You reach into this bag and you kind of feel around a bit. There's not really anything right away, and you get down to one of the little corners of the bag, and you finally feel that there is something down there. It's kind of leathery. It's about 2.5 inches long. It's got something kind of hard and sharp, kind of jagged towards one side of it.
Okay, that's. I was really
it's
worried
a little-
you were going to give me another dildo statue.
No, no.
Sharp
And it's a little-
jagged
it's a
makes
little-
me feel better.
Yeah, it's a little pointy and kind of rough on the other end, and like I said, leathery and kind of dry. It almost feels like jerky of some kind in your hand.
Is it a mummified alligator?
It's a mummified toe. As you pull out this orc toe, this maybe half orc toe, mummified big toe with blue nail polish on it.
Is it a nice blue?
It probably was at the time. It was cornflower blue.
Okay.
Did someone find my old body?
Like your face. The color, I mean. The color.
I'm pretty sure that body was
Looks like your
eaten,
old
right?
Face. Did you just say the toe
Yeah, by
looks like her
Ropers.
old face?
No, I said, did
corrected-
somebody find my old body?
Oh. No, I said the nail polish color looked like Saldana's face. I had to correct myself. It's not that fair. And so like kind of tries to put it near Saldana's face to compare.
No.
Oh, okay.
At least it was
I
not
did-
frozen in a block of ice. Then people would have been worried.
Okay, so it's either magic or something happens if you eat it, or
I'd rather not eat the
You
toe.
always
Not
say
eating
it's
that
magic.
who can check if it's okay, Pip. Here. No, Pip. We have to check magic first.
He used detect magic while he's gnawing on it.
If he was just gnawing, it's like, is it real? Are you sure? Seems real.
He's too old. Pip cannot tell.
It's old magic.
It's old magic.
Oh my god. Kyle, I love
I
you, but
can-
ew.
Can anyone tell what it is?
Hold
It
on.
is
Or
a
do I
toe.
have to sit with the toe for an hour to find out?
Oh, she's got it.
Yeah, I
sh-
would use
she
detect
thinks-
magic.
It's magic.
I
Please.
can determine
Who
what
loves
sort of
magic?
magic.
Let me see here.
And once Oshin's done with that, I can determine the specific properties of it.
Cool. If it's something cool, if we don't know what it does, I'm just gonna keep it in my pocket like a lucky charm because maybe something cool will happen.
What type of magic is Pip doing while you are looking?
Dance magic.
That's
That
incredible.
magic can't be
Well,
classified because
the
it's so
question-
incredible.
Well, the question is, are you pretending or did you actually move your thumb because that dictates the type of magic you're doing?
Pip was moving his thumb.
Your actual thumb, and it would have
Yes,
been
Pip's actual thumb.
then that's like necromancy.
Oh no.
I've heard of people that can like a limb can just fall off and it's like fine. It just goes, hey, what's up?
Pip does not want to be a zombie.
So it is
Please be evocation. I don't know.
it
No, left
is
it's conjuration.
Hey, I'd conjure an orc. Or a half orc. Is it a half
it
orc?
is
toe or-
evocation.
Just is it a half orc toe or an orc toe?
Evocation.
It's hard to tell with all mummified like this.
It's a
I'll-
big toe. Is all.
Then
It's
I'll
big.
ritual cast identify to find out what specifically the toe does. Or
You
the nail
do,
polish.
Saldana.
Oh.
The-
you
no,
need
it's
a-
the toe itself. The nail polish seems completely decorative.
Oh.
So as you inspect this toe and look over it some more, and I probably should have said this toe was cured in salt. So it was mummified on purpose. So you
Pip,
don't have
you had a
you-
very interesting
you actually
culinary
have no
experience.
yeah you have no idea how old it actually is. It may not be that old at all. It may just look that old. And as you cast on it, it It has the power to, if you put it inside of a liquid, some sort of alcoholic liquid, it has the ability to turn it into a healing potion.
What? Is it a one-time use?
It is not a one-time use, unless you swallow it, which there's a chance every time that you will swallow it.
Oh,
Amazing.
Not if you
Oh, so
drink
you
it
have
with
to
a
leave
straw.
The toe. So you have to leave the toe.
No, you
in
have the toe has to touch your lips while you're drinking.
Okay, so here, I have a solution. We get a potion bottle that it can't quite fit
Like
through
Ramune.
unless you push it, and then you pour alcohol into the bottle and you shake it, and so it can like hit the edge of the bottle, but it can't fall through and you can't swallow it.
Like
I'm
a
not
grape.
going to use this at
I
all.
solved your
I'm not-
drink worm
I'm-
puzzle, Logan.
Sure,
I'm
you
not.
do.
I'm not going to
Because it's
be
not magic or
drinking-
anything.
I'm not going to be drinking toe healing drinks. I just no.
No,
I'll do
no.
it. Food's not sacred to me.
Feel
Healing
free
is
to,
healing.
Syl. I shall not stop you.
So what are we doing today?
Apparently making a drink.
Perfect.
What are we doing today?
Well, what I remember in the book or in the recap that I read, we had multiple options. We had other things that we could do.
That is correct.
Yeah,
So
we
we
could
could go.
to the
Probably
monolith or the pit, or try and get a little bit closer to the Frosh camps, but that's a bit of a trek.
Yes.
But
I want to do the Feroche thing. Pip hasn't gotten a chance to find anybody yet.
Yeah.
Or they are too good at hiding.
But you're real good at seeking, so it'll be fine.
Peepa's never hunted Throsh before.
It's like
Logan, didn't you say it was like 4 days away?
Roughly.
So we all have to go as a group if we're gonna do that.
Which is the plan for next week.
Okay.
The plan is to take a smaller excursion out deeper, including, obviously, all of it.
Okay.
There's only one episode next week, right?
Yeah, you're going to start it next week. Okay. Only one episode next week on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Ooh.
Tuesday to win, die or die.
Woo!
Okay, so we have things to get ready for the expedition to go to the Feroche. So what are our other options today?
There's the obelisk.
Yes, so the monolith and the
And-
pit.
Yeah.
Is there other stuff?
The Howling Pit.
And
I thought there was something up north as well.
the hut.
The north was the cave, west was the monolith, and I think southwest was the pits. No,
Okay.
I don't remember.
So it would be southeast was the pits.
The hut
North
and
is
the
a pit.
monolith
West-
are the same
there is
thing.
no west. You're on the west coast.
South- no,
you are
it's-
literally on the
It was in the scribe net saying southwest was where the pit was. North was the caves.
that would be in the middle of the ocean.
Then I will.
I may have said southwest.
you
It's supposed to be southeast.
Okay, then southeast. And so,
Correction.
yeah, we will edit that.
Well, how about the obelisk thingy?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
What
Sounds
could
like a
go
plan.
wrong?
It's
No
really
more than anything
Well,
We-
As you say that.
Pip has
rock
learned
lifts
some
up a
sort of
little bit on the
sarcasm
ground.
by hanging out with the captain.
We're fine. You got
You're getting good
a
at it.
lot of clerics.
I got this, and she lifts up the toe.
Really beefy. We're fine.
You're really beefy.
That's-
I'm not. I think I'm the
Half
weakest.
of us are.
person.
As long as you do not try to hug people and when they secretly want to stab you in the kidneys.
Thank you for that, Pip.
That's a good point.
Saldana, we should get you like a vest that's chainmail.
I'm
you know,
wearing
like an armor.
I'm wearing armor right now. I was wearing
We
armor
should
when
get
the
you
bastard
another-
stabbed me.
We should get you another layer of armor.
Yeah.
We just you turn it so it's slightly off kilter to the other, so it covers all the spots that are.
Like
That are
plate
open.
armor.
I'm wearing a +1 chain shirt.
Pip has the idea. Okay. So Pip will collect all of the fur, that he sheds, because it is very warm, so Pip is shedding a lot. And you will turn this into a coat that you wear on the inside of your armor. This will work because Pip has never been stabbed in the kidneys.
That'd be itchy though, wouldn't it?
Pip is very
Pip
soft.
is very soft.
Hey, Pip, I will
Yes.
take you up if Saldana doesn't, because one, I can confirm you are very warm, and two, I could use that too. And that still sort of pokes and itches at the bronzing scar down her. I could use a non-stabby protection.
Okay, Pip will get on getting everybody Pip vests.
Thank you.
Okay,
The
that-
members
that
only
should be
jacket for
fine.
jackets. They'll match my gloves, Primarch.
Technically.
Which she's not wearing right now because, yeah, it's fucking hot.
I appreciate the offer, Pip. But I don't think it'll be 100% necessary.
Okay, suit yourself.
Do we have anything that we want to do before we go to the obelisk?
Yeah, I need to get a drink. Where do I go get alcohol? Probably anywhere, right?
Captain Morgan probably has some.
I'm sure Captain Morgan has a drink or two.
She'll just go wherever people might be congregating, or actually, the mansion.
The mansion probably
would
has
have,
some.
Yeah, the mansion
You
would.
can't take it
probably have
out
something.
though.
Yeah, you can't take it
No,
out of the
that's true.
mansion because
I'll go to someone outside the mansion and ask them if I can have a bottle of something.
Sure.
or
I'm sure they'll
I
have
have-
something available for you.
at minimum, I've got like bottles and stuff that I can fill with something.
before we leave, so who's super squishy? Who thinks that they're gonna need a little boost to their HP?
Saldana.
Oh, that's a given. That is a
Still
given.
just lifts a mirror.
Well, we've got 3
This one does.
barbarians, so I don't think this is the
Yeah,
night of
okay.
squishy people.
Then I'm gonna cast it on the 3 non-barbarians. So Saldana.
3 clerics, 3 barbarians. What is with you guys?
Oh, this is good.
Yes,
I like
oh,
it.
she's
4 clerics.
Yeah, we have 4 clerics.
I would like to propose a buddy system for this evening.
I
I call Callie.
Primarch's like, okay, I got Pip.
Oh, there
Wait.
we go. Even better.
Specific. Primer, you broke my system.
I
Everyone
messed
wants
with the joke
Primarch
up.
though.
Anyway, but
Oh my god.
that's true.
He's
Everybody
true.
wants Primarch.
I'm gonna cast 8 at 3rd level. Sorry. So Prime Heart, Saldana, and Callie, we're gonna get 10 hit points added to our max for their 8 hours.
Woo.
Damn.
Cause we need it.
Dibs on.
Pip will check in with Captain Morgan to see if there's any particular items as far as the research teams might be looking for. I mean, yes, anything, and of course, we don't need to be glib, sir. I won't rob you of that. But anyway, yes, he will check in with Captain Morgan to see if there's anything that the captain would like the gang to focus on while they sojourn to their destination.
She mostly says, anything that could instantly repair her ship would be amazing. But also that they're looking for, the mission, complete the mission, because that's how we're getting off this island. Otherwise, we're going to be here for months while we work on getting our way back over to Mistwatch.
Oh no, this would be terrible. That we
Yes, it would, because most of us would die here.
Not what? Well,
I'd be fine.
yeah.
It's okay, Pip. Just you and me. Fist bump.
We will live forever.
Sorry,
I would survive here.
This place is a little insane, so I've had to develop some gallows humor as a defense
Yeah.
mechanism.
It's not insane. Many of the things make sense when you look at it from the big perspective. Islamina, you need the big perspective. Everything is
You do.
Mm.
appetite.
I really like the forest and all that, but I also really like my other son and my husband, so I would like to.
My other son's okay too.
I will say, y'all, I totally forgot that I have a spell called Planar Ally, so that way I could have called a Celestial to fucking fix this shit this whole fucking time. It'd be expensive
Well,
as
that-
fuck, but I could do
Yeah,
that.
I was gonna say
When I have it
we might
prepared.
want to. You have it prepared?
When I have it prepared, that's an idea, but it's
Sure.
gonna be expensive as fuck potentially.
Well, depends on what you.
Sorry. Angela remembers how the cleric thing works. Depends on how much you spend or what you agree to. You might be able to make a deal that's not monetary. But
We'll find
Yes.
out Tuesday.
sounds good. The Celestial just looks at you and goes, "Did you fucking see that thing in the water? I'm not fucking going in there."
I'm just like, pretty please.
You did, like
an egg
literally
too
right
on top.
after.
I mean, we can always try divine intervention. It worked for that pest chick.
You should just do that every day. Seems to me.
Yeah.
Y'all
no
just-
harm in trying.
Everybody, quick kneel and ask to fix the ship.
I
Is that not how that works?
don't think I can do that.
Yet.
Gods can be picky.
Does anybody else want to reflavor divine intervention as sitting on Santa's lap and asking for something for Christmas?
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Father Candle Nights.
There's just a woman dressed like a dragon every Illumis that you can sit on her lap and ask for.
That would have been silly.
Callie. It's just
Where's
Callie.
Callie? But Callie picks who gets to sit on her lap.
Oh my god.
Everybody. It's Callie. It's everybody.
That's true.
She
I
will
do
tell you
already
who's
have
been
the
naughty and
costume,
has
though.
to go to
You'll-
her room, though.
You will have to compete for that position, though. I already have the costume.
Oh my god. So we're going to the monolith?
Yes.
Anything else you guys are doing before you start heading off?
Does anything particular happen when Syl pops the thumb into the alcohol, or does it just seem to turn into a potion?
It doesn't seem to turn into anything. It looks like it's still whiskey.
Do I need to attune to this? Damn it.
No.
Okay.
If somebody uses detect magic, it's magical now.
Oh. Okay, cool.
It's just still whiskey too.
Ah. It has to be alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Chances of getting healed and drunk.
But I just wanted lemonade, you guys. It would have been great.
Just
You keep
I could
So
make a
we can
hard
put it in
lemon.
lemon.
I could put a Mike's hard lemonade.
There you
What
go.
does Mike have to do with this?
Sorry, Lark's hard lemonade.
There you go.
That's
Oh
That
god.
sounds really gross because it sounds like it just be eliminated with. It's a lemon. It's called a lemon cream.
Oh.
So yeah, so we pack up our stuff and head over in the direction that the obelisk slash monolith slash thing was supposed to be.
Do the
I-
ghost.
I would say we should avoid putting too many markers up because I'm pretty sure that's how the drow
Agreed.
got back to our camp because we had done such a good job of marking things.
A little
I
too
was-
well, apparently.
also going to just make sure that Glitter is with Lark again because Lark wants to play hide and seek. with
So
her.
you go to Glitter and you let him know that he's gonna be spending the day with Lark again. He's like, I want to come with you.
No, you can't. No,
I want to explore the jungle. Jumps back
no,
and
it's
forth.
really dangerous. And
Yeah.
He is kind of jungle cat
Bring him.
looking.
Bring the nephew.
You're like, look, I've been practicing my stalk. He gets on the ground. He just starts crawling like really slowly.
Jungle cat.
the last few days have been really bad. I don't.
Maybe Sil can paint the young one with camouflage paints.
Syl plucks a leaf off a tree and just kind of puts it near.
No, he's pretty good. I mean, look, he's got the spots and stuff. He's kind of designed for this.
We could
I need not mess with perfection.
take plant matter and adhere it to his pants, and that way he has.
He looks at you like
Are
you've
you
just
saying to make him
spoken
guilty?
blasphemy.
Yeah.
kitty pants. Yes, kitty pants.
That's the problem. The pants send out a lot, and to go out, you got to have them ones that look like plants.
It doubles
on,
as a hula
Dad.
skirt.
You will outgrow that set of pants, and you will need a new set of pants.
Shh, don't break the illusion. Don't. I don't know why. I
Just
keep
kind
saying
of
it.
narrows
Like,
his
don't
eyes.
tell him
All
that yet.
both of you, like, kind of looks at Prime Heart, but then looks back at you two. Just kind of like turns and stalks away. Goes back into Lark's room.
Well, darn.
I'm
he
sorry,
can't
I'll
come with us if he doesn't
stay
like
with
you.
you soon.
Maybe when we're not on a cat-eating island.
Yeah.
That's me being
I'm not that hungry.
Or anything eaten. Or anything
Yeah.
eating island.
I'm not that hungry.
Oh, Pip should tell you about the time that Pip was talking to one of these ladies' dogs in the Pearl District, and then a hawk swooped down and grabbed the dog and carried it away, and Pip did not...
Did you talk to the hawk, but then the hawk got eaten by something? And then...
Pip thinks that the hawk, extended one of its wing feathers as it flew away, and a pair of sunglasses fell across its eyes.
God fucking damn it, Kyle.
The only translation you were able to glean before it flew away was deal with it.
Glitter, I tell you what. When we come back,
Glitter's in
will-
Lark's room now. Stalked
well,
away.
since she's shouting it. When we
Okay.
come back, I will design a scavenger hunt just for you. And you can hunt and prowl all to your heart's content. And your pants will not be touched or turned into plant matter of any sort.
No one tell him his pants already are plant matter, technically.
I was gonna say.
Sticks his little snoot out of the window, this little makeshift window. And you just see just a little front of his snoot in his mouth. Okay. And they like kind of duck, like slowly goes back.
Okay, you
I
hide
love this kid.
really good. Don't let Lark find you.
You just hear, okay, and scampering. Kitty zooms for like 2 minutes solid.
Unless Lark sounds very worried about you, in which case you should show yourself, because then he will worry
Yeah.
all day and
Too late.
just.
Lark's the one that wants to play hide and seek.
Kelly
Fucking do it,
whispers to Ocean, I didn't tell him that the scavenger hunt is going to be in the mansion where he can't get hurt.
That's yeah.
Probably won't care. Just something to
Focus
do.
the hunt. Shall we then?
Let's
Okay.
shout.
We shall.
Let's do it.
So you guys head off into the forest. To the jungle.
We're going on a cool adventure.
Welcome.
And we don't know what's at
Oh, wait. I'll have paint in a minute.
Well,
Well,
In a
well,
minute.
oh,
I said in a minute.
I didn't hear you. All I heard was I have paint on me. I was like, okay.
Oh, I'll have paint in a minute.
Oh, okay. So you guys continue, start walking into the forest off to the west. Not exactly sure where you're going, but it always, the first time out anywhere, it always takes a little bit longer. Although some of this path is already kind of marked for you. A few of your friends and allies, maybe even some of you on different days, have gone out and started just marking paths nearby, looking at different plants and things. And you continue to go out deeper and farther than you did before, continuing to mark paths and kind of keep track of things.
Saldana would also try to make some paths back look as natural as possible, but it's still distinctive. Like, she'll still let them have the marks, but she's also going to try to make, for more often, natural-looking marks. That way they try not to leave too many unnatural ones for certain creatures of the dark elf realm to find us.
I could help her by like making flowers that aren't in bloom, like bloom on trees and stuff like that with Druidcraft, just as we pass.
All right.
That's what I'm doing.
All right. So you guys continue to walk. and walk and stop and gather and look and draw and write over and over and over again. It becomes tedious after a while, especially without having any sort of real clear indication of where you're going. There's a couple of landmarks that you find, and it says it's beyond or just beyond. As you continue to look around, you don't seem to be finding. With the landmarks the way they are on the map, if it's to scale, it should be right around here somewhere, but you don't see.
Pip will climb a tree, or attempt to climb a tree. See if he can.
What kind of tree do you look for?
One that has decent rough bark, that has lots of strong branches, I guess, that would be supportive of things. Possibly ones that have loose draping vines.
What about
on them.
size?
Oh,
I mean, those are all great. I needed those, but what else? Like size? You're looking for how high are you trying to get? Trying to get above the canopy? Are you looking for a big tree, the biggest tree, a small tree? What?
Pip wants to get above the canopy.
Okay.
See what there is.
As you're looking around, you only see one tree really that has the ability to go above the canopy, and it's one of the biggest here. It's one of the biggest you've seen so far, but that doesn't surprise you. Pip, you have seen much bigger here, just not in this particular area. And the more inland you get, the bigger the trees are going to get. So, and the tree seems to be just like all the other trees around here, just a little bit bigger, older maybe. So you start to climb. And this tree is almost this is one of those that has the trunks almost like it's hundreds of vines have grown together to kind of form these sorts of trees. So Pip, I don't think you need to give me a climbing check because it's got rough bark on it. You got handholds and stuff. So you start to scamper up this tree. What are you looking for?
It had previously been described as, let's see. A hut-like structure that's tall and made of stone with a pointed top and no.
Okay.
So,
give me a perception check.
Structure with a point. You betcha. Die or die. I will take the hero die.
Okay. Pip, you turn as you're looking around and you step on something sharp. Give me a dexterity save.
Oh no.
Total of 20.
As you start to fall, you catch yourself on the last branch just before you were off the top of this thing. You guys see through the trees. It's a little difficult, but you see Pip maybe exclaim and then slip, start to fall, but catch himself just at the last second there before he's probably falling too fast not to be able to catch himself anymore, and kind of start noodling his way back up. The bottom of your foot hurts fairly rough, Pip. I need four points of damage, piercing damage you take from that. So like you stepped on a really sharp caltrop. It's not stuck in your foot. You are bleeding a little though.
You all right, Pip?
Yeah, Pip was exploring that particular side of the bark. It seemed that only at a very fast speed could you determine what Pip is fine.
Be careful, please.
Pip is always careful, but sometimes Pip is less careful than Pip should have been careful.
Yeah, okay.
Primar's going to position himself underneath the tree that Pip is at, just in case Pip falls.
Okay. So Pip, what are you doing?
Climbing until you can get above the canopy.
You were at the top.
Okay.
That was the top of the tree. So you were at the top. You're looking around, and you didn't really see anything. You can, I suppose, try again, but you'll be at disadvantage since you're the same advantage.
Pip will take out his crudely drawn map of Lamina Island and tried to compare it to the memory of the description where this thing might be, just to see if he can get a little bit better bearings. Okay, well,
Give me a investigation check.
Investigation, okay. Would survival work? Maybe?
No.
Okay.
You're looking for clues and trying to decipher maps and things. Not necessarily survival. Survival is how to survive. A map is using tools to maybe survive, but
Well,
you're
it's-
looking for something.
An 18 on the die, so
So Pip, as you're looking at your very crudely drawn map, I'm pretty sure it's just one kind of oval-like line drawing, and compared to what they were talking about, look at the couple of landmarks, the different types of trees and things. It's funny that they didn't use this tree as a landmark, considering how big it is. That kind of strikes to your mind.
Pip, I just had a thought.
yeah.
You and I can both ask where buildings are.
Pip is on the bill.
Okay. Yeah.
That's handy.
The tree is the bill.
Okay.
Cool.
What?
What makes you say that,
I'm gonna,
Pip?
It's a tree.
I'm gonna use detect magic because I can do that once every short rest, and I assume.
Your friends are magical, but that's about it.
Because of the power
Well,
of
Pip is
friendship.
thinking.
Yes.
Pip is thinking that there is no sign of any tall monumental spire or anything from where Pip is. So this is supposed to be the area where the monumental spire thing is. So Pip can only think that Pip is on the spire. This is why Pip cannot see the spire.
Doesn't look like it's magic, and you'd think that it would be
Oshin, talk
okay.
to it. It's a tree.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of walk up to the tree and look up. Hello. I don't know if you can respond to my questions, but do you understand me?
A
don't have any
breeze. The
them.
trees' leaves blow in the breeze, even though there's no breeze around. You hear a rustling, just for a second.
So you do understand. Okay. Is there any is there a building in the area?
You're not sure that it understands the word building.
Is there something that's not a plant or an animal or person in the area?
Like dirt?
Is there a really big pile of stones that shouldn't be in a pile the way that they are?
No stones. It doesn't seem to react to that.
Doesn't seem like it understands that. Or it didn't react, or maybe it's just not there. Do you want me to just ask where the buildings in the area are? Because if we're within three miles of it, I can just know.
I mean, if you have that capability, then absolutely.
Yeah, always. That's why I asked Pip.
Well, I mean, Zechner didn't say that it was a building. It could just be a really big tree, but it doesn't
I
look
believe
like
it
a
was
hut.
described as hut-like. A stone hut-like, very tall, pointed top,
That's true.
no doors.
Trees do not have doors.
That's true.
Pip's hearing is very good, being on top of this tree and communicating with you at the base of the tree.
I mean, to be fair, we're speaking quite loudly. That way you can hear us as well, Pip.
Suspension of disbelief is
But-
very strong.
Well, you know, trying to be, inclusive of you in the conversation.
Pip appreciates this and will climb down. Looking for a door on it.
You're looking for a door in the tree?
Like an opening to get into the...
As you're looking around, one of the things that kind of hits you is maybe to look at the thing you might have stepped on. The very sharp, sort of caltrop-like point somewhere on the top of this tree. As you look down, it's right where the trunk seems to be the thickest. And it looks right where all these vines, like I said, the vines were kind of growing around it into one gigantic tree. There seems to be some sort of sharp stone-like point, jet black, pointing out of the where the vines have wrapped.
I would like to start peeling at the vines.
I don't know if Pip has shared this yet.
Oh, I didn't know if there were vines on the ground floor visible.
Well, they're vines, but you don't see anything in them, is the point. I mean, they're not vines. It's all one tree at this point. But they're almost like, it looks like it was vines that grew around it. Is, obviously what's going on. But
So, Pete thinks that the tree is not the monolith anymore. Pete thinks that the tree is surrounding the monolith.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That could be
Indeed.
possible. Yes.
Oshin, can you ask the tree to please unwrap itself from the monolith?
Excuse me, sir. Can you
Yeah.
move?
Can are you able to move? I know some plants that can't. Some can't, but some can. If you can we see what's underneath?
you hear the creak of wood, like the straining of wood. Pip, the branches seem to almost move closer together towards the center of this this trunk, like it's pulling itself in as you're up there. You actually see the little tip, about maybe 2 inches of the tip of this stone thing, kind of, it starts to disappear. The wood almost seems like it's pulling itself over it very slowly.
Pete does not think it wants to let go. Pete thinks we may have to convince it.
Perhaps ask it to just let us explore it for a bit.
Yeah, can we just see what's underneath? You can go back. We just want to take a look and get to know what's in the area.
Primeheart brandishes his holy symbol, and he will use his channel divinity to cast charm animals and plants towards the tree. Is it a plant creature, or is it just a plant?
It's just a plant.
Does that count as a creature?
I mean, you tamed your awakened.
Yeah, I think so.
Trees.
What are you
Name a
trying
creature.
to? Well, I think creature counts for anything living. So, unless it's specific, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to coerce it into helping us.
If it helps, because I'm a furbolg, I have advantage on charisma checks with plants already.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna help right now.
I mean, I'm not sure what we're trying to get out of this. We're trying to figure out what it does.
Just want to see what's underneath. I just want to see what's underneath. And that's it. And then we can go.
We're trying not to chop down the tree, presumably. or force our way into
No,
the tree.
of course.
So yes, asking politely would be the thing to do.
Trying not to chop down the tree.
Okay.
Um,
So what is you're trying to do exactly?
Trying to convince it to move a little bit so we can see what's underneath. It doesn't have it doesn't have to like get completely off of the thing, but just move a little bit so we can see, and that will leave it alone.
So you're trying to charm it? Or just trying to convince it?
Convince it, like
Okay.
persuade it.
Does it understand what you're saying, or just understands the
It-
emotions of what you're saying?
You have the ability to communicate in a limited manner with beasts and plants. They understand the meaning of your words, so you have no special ability to understand them in return. You have advantage on all charisma checks you make to influence.
Got it. Tess, so you get my DMs?
Yes, I'm handling.
Okay, thank you. All right. Give me a persuasion check.
Uh, 19.
All right. All right, not bad. So he stretches. It's kind of a weird sort of sound. Again, that sort of creaking sound like stepping on old floorboards, as the one of the knot holes kind of parts a little bit and cracks. This tree, very unique. Pip, you've actually never seen one quite like it. There's similar ones, but nothing that ever gave the indication it could do anything like this. And underneath it, you see this flat, sort of jet black stone.
That's really interesting.
Indeed.
Is it magic?
Let me focus on it really hard. I don't think it's been 10 minutes since I used detect magic, but if it hasn't, I would have kept concentration on that.
Okay. It is not magical at all.
No, it's not. It must have been put here for something.
Are there any carvings? Or if you shine light on it, does the light go through? Is it like glass or is it like very dark stone?
So Donna will check it out for any kind of markings. Well, she'll look at the stone, see if there's any sort of markings engraved anywhere.
Okay. No, at least not the part you can see. It looks completely smooth.
Permanent knocks on it. Hello.
As you come closer, like you're going to touch it, the wood starts to slowly close back up. It's not fast enough for you to not be able to knock on it if you want, but it's obviously reacting.
Sorry, buddy. You're just gonna touch it.
Okay. It's cold.
Ooh, it's cold.
And it feels very solid. Like touching glass.
That's really interesting. Huh.
Now I just need to figure out how we can not have the tree close around it and how to potentially get in if there is a way to get in it. Or it could just be a monolith. Oh, I'm thinking out loud again. My apologies.
No, it's fine.
Who put monolith?
Should I see if there's anything underneath it?
Can you check without disturbing the tree?
I mean, the floor underneath us, is it dirt.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard dirt, but yes, it's dirt.
I can try and commune with Ball, see if maybe one of his proxies have an idea of how we might be able to, I don't know, work with it. I'm not sure. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah, y'all begin to do that, and Primarch's gonna get out his bag of holding his shovel, and begin to dig in the dirt.
I thought you were going to cast a spell or something, but that works too.
I mean, I was going
Manual
to.
labor always helps.
He's welcome to do his own thing.
Yeah, I got 10 minutes. I can do this in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't. This probably isn't legendary, so I don't think legend lore is going to work. Do we want? Well, I don't have the items for that anyway. So commune. I don't have the things for legend lore. That's too expensive of a spell.
All the incense.
All the incense. Well, I have the ivory strips, but I don't think I have the incense, unfortunately, because that shit's expensive. But if I cast commune, I can ask 3 questions, yes or no, if we want to try and do that to figure this out.
Is that the one that can make you go crazy?
No?
No,
Okay.
that's contact.
That's contact lesser. Yeah, right.
What is it with you trying to make Saldana even more mentally scarred?
I don't know. Must be my favorite.
You're like a ball of yarn, and Logan is just a malcontented cat.
Which you never give yarn to cat.
Saldana's a laser
It will kill
pointer of
If they-
insecurities.
Oh, God.
There you go. Yes, Saldana's a laser pointer.
A laser pointer of insecurities? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Oh my god.
Laser pointer of insecurities. I love it.
Thanks, Aeon.
If you'd thought of it, you would have self-described her that way. I think
Now I
on
need
some-
now I need a cat Muppet drawing with eyes fully dilated, staring at a laser dot
I really just
In
need
the
the
shape
gif
of
of the
Saldana.
cat doing this.
with Logan's face on it.
Logan, can you stare intently at the camera for a second with your eyes really wide?
No.
And then we'll put Saldana's face on Shaq's.
Oh my god. God, that would be. That's
Logan
That's
hasn't seen
nightmare
that
fuel.
gif.
yeah, that's gonna give Gabby nightmares. I don't know what I would ask my god about when it comes to a tree with an unknown monolith.
Yeah.
Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye.
God, thanks, Tessa. That's not
You're
that's in my head
welcome.
now.
At least I have Ghost Horse out of my head now.
Yeah, but now I have Dark Horse.
That horse.
Bad Horse.
All right. Dark Horse is the comics.
Yes, my.
With respect to the roots, Primeheart is digging with the shovel.
Pip is
Okay.
thinking that maybe we need to use rudimentary tools to kill one another. And maybe we will learn the secret to why the monolith is here.
Come at me, brother.
I have a hammer.
We got a bone to pick with you.
No.
Hey.
And then we meet a Farosh named Zarathustra.
I was going to say we can go with the Mel Brooks interpretation if you want.
Do you need help, Primeheart? I feel like I can't help. My suggestions wouldn't go over well with them.
Have at it. Do you have a shovel?
I don't think so.
Pip's gonna start climbing down.
Careful.
But we have a Pip. Pip, we need you to help dig.
What? What? Why did no one tell Pip this sooner? Pip never would have climbed the tree.
That's cheating.
Primeheart has a shovel, Pip has a...
I have to use the tools at my disposal, and my friends can help me in times of need, and I am in need.
See Pip just do a dive off the top into the ground like Scrooge McDuck.
No splashback, just
Yeah, just perfect. 10 out of 10.
People
Even
aim
the
for the bushes.
Even the French judge is giving it a top mark.
Nice.
I've seen the other guys. I know what happens. Just splat.
There goes countless heroes. Watch him as he.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use commune because I don't think that's gonna be useful. I don't think
Yeah.
that's gonna do shit.
I was just checking commune with nature, but it's mostly influences for other planes and the locations of things. So that's not really gonna help because we know where the monolith is.
Pip needs to give the gods more credit if Saldana's god gives Saldana the wisdom to not even cast the spell before she even cast the spell. That was supposed to be. I'm sorry.
You're good. Saldana is useless in this entire fucking situation.
No.
Yeah, I'll
What
be.
about using your channel divinity to have proficiency in nature, and then you figure out what
I
the deal
have
with the two?
proficiency in nature.
Then you can do something.
I don't know what they like. Saldana was like she knows nature by the book. She hasn't really done that much nature-y stuff. I think it's been well established. Saldana is more book smart than Street and Forest.
Lots of opportunities now.
Okay, so
Yep.
we're running into problems right now because nobody wants to say it, but chopping down the tree would solve this problem. I'll be the bad guy.
But then you might
goer.
shatter the obelisk.
I feel like the obelisk could handle it.
It's like glass.
Pip
But-
could just dig down to see how deep the structure goes.
That's what I was trying to do, buddy.
Yeah, and
Go for it.
Pip thinks this is a good line of logic that we continue to dig, see how deep it goes, learn what we can learn, and then we can talk about killing a unique creature within the forest.
Don't dig straight down. They might hit lava.
Well,
It's a tree.
here's something else I can try. Saldana is going to pull out her guide in one hand and her holy symbol on her other hand. She's going to try divine intervention to ask Ball to not destroy the tree, but allow it to open up so that way we can have access to the monolith. So I'm asking for my god to, have the tree, not be a dick.
You are asking your god to intervene and
The salty god of knowledge.
okay.
He is pretty salty, ain't he? Let's see if it
All
works
right.
first.
Nature
Please
saving
roll
not-
in Roll20 or the
Yep,
Discord chat.
That's what I'm doing.
Excuse me, Saldana.
I'm
It's
rolling-
whom, not who.
Ooh, burned already.
No,
C minus.
I'm just
Bad
imagining.
form.
Wait! No, damn it! Why am I not a level 15 cleric? Fuck! If it had been less! Damn it! That failed.
Barely.
I know, we suck!
It's like
So your god, not surprising, does not answer your call of this horrible situation you find yourselves in of needing to chop down a tree.
It wasn't to chop it up, it was just to
All right, to figure out a way to convince it to leave. Sounds like you're in
leave.
great peril. Haha.
I mean, to be fair, it was to do more stuff in pursuit of knowledge, but I think he would fucking, kind of admire, or at least,
Evidently not.
acknowledge. Yeah, yeah.
You've considered it, I guess, but
I
don't
you know,
think my
I
god
would
likes
I
me
would
very
think it's more of a. Somebody say something.
I don't think my god likes me very much. Because I've
God
been
loves you.
sassed, I've been let
He
down.
pushes you. That's
Just
Push
Maybe your
wants-
method of worship isn't
tasks
isn't good
you.
enough.
He's not mad at you, Saldana. He's just disappointed.
She's sucked up. Okay, well, that was my thing.
I think that's what Primart was getting at.
I mean, she's self-taught. There's only so much she really can do.
What are you, a wizard?
Where do I put this wafer again? What?
Do I have to
All right.
drink the water?
Oh, hold on. My time has come.
Yeah.
Syl goes to her
As
robe.
Pip is sitting there digging, like,
Wait.
stops and like looks at you.
Syl stares around her robe and like runs around and tries to check the back, and then she rips off a door patch off of her robe and throws the door patch onto the tree.
And instantly springing up in that spot, the tree parts, little lines kind of grow around, hinges of all natural wood seem to form, and you now have a door through this tree, and it is still living, and so is the door.
Yes,
You've solved the tree puzzle.
I have.
Solved my tree puzzle. My hidden obelisk tree puzzle thing.
Syl will open the door and be like, after one of you, even if there's nothing on the other side of the door. If it's just
Like,
a
so you
wall, it's
open the
fine.
door, and like 2 inches later, there's the obelisk.
No,
You're
that's
like,
fine.
after you to go and touch
She's-
it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying she's still.
It is a door-sized sheen. Charlie standing there, sheet of just this black sheen material. Looks like glass, but black. Not quite obsidian. Obsidian has some gradients of color to it. This is just jet black.
Would Saldana know if this is some kind of stone by any chance?
Give me a nature check, Saldana.
Okay.
Oh, Logan, correction. It's not a door, it's a window. So maybe there were shutters.
Oh, I thought you had
It's-
doors too.
I don't think there's a door patch, but there is a window.
There, you got every single door, every single patch, at least one of
Yeah.
them. So.
Oh, an iron. Okay, it would have been an iron door.
Well, now it's an ironwood door.
That's fine.
That's
Okay.
a 14. Because I rolled a 6.
I believe it's a mineral, not a stone.
Also, I'd like it to be very big. It can be up to 10 by 10 feet.
Oh Jesus! All right, so it's a big freaking thing.
Nice.
Yes, I'd like a big chunk of the 10.
About half the width of this tree.
Okay. Fuck.
Okay, so I
Not
can't tell if
using-
it's stone or not.
Not using.
It's a mineral of some kind. You think?
Gonna cast light in my hand and hold it close to the glass to see if it reflects through or anything.
There is no reflection, and it does not penetrate.
Don't look at it, it might be bug poop.
Prime Hadakali, do either of you have stone shape prepared and want to try it out? I know I do, but I was wondering if one of you wanted to try first.
Primer? Do you like
Yeah,
to?
I have it. Sure. What do you want me to do with it?
I mean, we could try and create a door, see if it's all. I don't know. All three of us could try something different with it if it turns out that it is stone that we can work with. I doubt it, but we can try. I can go first and try it out.
Sure. I'm along with Pip is gonna lick it.
Hold on. I
Yes.
can. Do you? Does it look like it's like? Does it? I just noticed Kyle. Sorry. Does it look like it's like the stone is dark, or like there could be something dark inside of it, or
It looks like it is made out of black glass, basically.
Yeah, there's a point where he's just gonna lick his webcam. It's gonna be real gross.
Uh-huh.
Because Pip has a burrow speed.
Obey.
Is he able to get underneath it?
Obey.
Stop moving your tongue.
You tried to hold your tongue out for that long. Oh, that's a wet dog. Go.
Wow, it was 4D on Logan's side.
Yeah, I gotta touch it. Oh.
can't wait a week for this. I have to.
No. Oh my god.
I'm into
So
it.
does
No,
anyone
it
have the
tastes like
"it all
glass.
comes back to Vor" screen? Because I think this is the exact
Yes.
moment for
Peeve's
it.
mouth was closed.
Inner Space Feroce Edition.
We do not need Martin Short. We have Finko.
Wow. Oh my god. Kyle, I love you so much. I love you so much, Kyle. Okay, god damn it.
I don't have one of those.
So it's not a stone; it's a mineral. Is that what Saldana said?
I have no idea. I was making a Breaking Bad reference, but okay.
But I identified it more as a mineral than actual stone, so if I were to try stone
You can't
shape,
really tell. It is maybe crystalline, but it's perfect. There's no imperfections in it. It's completely smooth. It's completely flat. There's no.
I will walk up to it, hold my holy symbol out, and run my hand down the length of it, within 5 feet, about 5 feet length of it, and stone shape it into a statue of Callie.
Stone shape does not work on it.
It's a mineral.
Okay.
Alright, good to know. So how do we get in is the question. If we can get in. Can we even get in? That's a better question.
Well, maybe it's just solid.
Or maybe we just put on the map, hey, this is a weird mineral pile in the shape of an obelisk. Yes.
Syl slowly reaches for the window patch on her robe.
Oh my god.
I can try it. And she pulls the window patch off of her robe and tries to put it on the obelisk.
So what happens if you take a patch and put it on something like if you went to a boulder or something, put it on there? What would it do? Just fail? Or what?
It says the window can be 2 feet by 4 feet and up to 2 feet deep.
So if the thing is thicker than 2 feet, then it won't. It doesn't do anything.
Solid. There's just a window with solid, I assume.
Okay, then you got a window with solid behind it. The window now exists on the side of this thing. Did not penetrate it though. It's just kind of stuck to the outside.
Okay.
That's really silly.
Okay. So
Perhaps it's just a
2
stone
feet.
at
So
least.
maybe it's a marker for something, or maybe it was. It was. So it had to be made by someone, right?
It is very smooth. Does not remember anything that is found on the island that has the same.
Every once in a while, the door just starts to close by itself, and you have to push it back open.
I think the tree's having a
Sorry.
good time. I think he's having
Or it's
fun.
trying to stop you from meddling with it.
What is it, Kali?
Callie's going to take a small.
You're super quiet.
Yeah, you went really quiet.
Callie's going to take a small, like a jeweler's hammer out of her purse.
Sure.
Out of her bag, and go up
purse.
to it.
It's a merce.
Yeah, and go up to it, and a lot of crystals, if it's crystalline, will resonate with a certain tone.
Does that count as a monk weapon?
Sure.
That's my
It's
purse.
simple,
I
yes.
don't
Small
know
hammer,
you.
a light hammer, yeah. Light hammer is a simple weapon.
I was thinking the handbag,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
These,
the monk purse.
so old ladies
Maybe.
are all monks, so if they just start beating you with their purse.
That explains a lot of the movies of Madagascar series.
Mm-hmm. And she's just gonna lightly tap it and try to hear if there's any sort of resonance.
None.
Huh. It doesn't resonate like most crystal. That's weird.
It's also covered in wood right now. So
Can you break a piece off? Just
I
a
can
little bit.
Try.
Is it all?
Callie will get down to the base and try and chip a little bit
I
away.
might have missed a detail. Is it all one solid surface, or is it like okay?
there's no imperfections. It's one flat, solid piece of glass.
Kind of don't want to put any dents in it. It's so perfect.
Maybe it is
Yeah.
just very warm and the tree is trying to get
Well,
warm.
It's not perfect anymore because there's a window in it. So
On it.
Yeah, it's just
on
on
it.
Syl just puts her hands on the obelisk, at the implication that it might be warm.
It's cold.
It's cold, yeah.
Ooh.
But Pip is thinking that we can take the window back to the captain and say we found an obelisk that did not get a window implanted into it. Here is the window.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can take it off. I could try.
Syl's gonna try to pry the window off the obelisk. There's no rules that
You
say
eventually get it off, yeah. It didn't actually attach in it and embed itself, yeah.
Okay. She'll put the window in her bag of holding.
Okay. You can't reattach it to anything.
No, but I could.
You basically
put
have a
it in
window frame.
building.
Maybe Lark would like this for his treehouse.
Yes, Saldana.
Very big window.
As the group is trying to figure that out, Saldana's just gonna walk a little bit away. She's gonna stay close enough to the group, but far enough so that way she can have kind of privacy, but not be alone. She's going to grab her holy symbol, open her book, and do a few moments, mutter a few words, and fuck it, I'm gonna ritual cast commune. Might as well try it.
While she does that, Primarch licks the stone.
Pip tried it there. You do
Tastes
this
like
out of
glass,
it.
yeah. You ever put your lips on glass and made faces? It's like that.
It's cold.
It's cold, has no real taste.
So, from right where the window was, do you want to try to chip some off? Just so we have a piece, not a lot, just a little bit, something that the tree can cover.
Do you need me to bring up the spell for you, Logan?
Nope, I've got it. Thank you.
Callie will very lightly try to get like a very small flake, not really wanting to mar the service, but wanting to get a little bit.
So Saldana, you as you close your eyes and light the incense and things and start to cast this ritual, you open your eyes and find yourself once again sitting in the front of the class, in front of a chalkboard. You're in the middle of the jungle, and it's just your desk and the chalkboard. Your friends don't seem to be here. Matter of fact, the chalkboard is just kind of a frame around the obelisk itself. Up on the board, chalk writing starts to appear. It says, Lesson 3, appropriate uses of times to try to summon your deity. And then the chalk falls to the ground and rolls to your foot.
You'd think that the god of knowledge would be more mature. All right. Saldana is going to pick up the chalk. Sorry, I'm still salty about that. You're rude.
Beautiful.
Saldana, she's not giving a shit right now. She's just going to write in common, is the obelisk a natural phenomenon?
As you finish writing, actually before you finish writing phenomenon, does Saldana need to pause in the middle to think of how to spell it?
No!
Okay. As you are about 3/4 of the way through the word phenomenon, it underlines natural, and cursive underneath it is written define.
It's going to be that kind of chalkboard. Okay, then.
anything that happens in the world could be considered natural to certain people, especially gods.
All right. I guess then. God damn it! I had to think of my fucking rewording to be more specific for a fucking deity. Okay. Was the obelisk form? I'm trying to find the right wording for it because I have like the words in my head. Essentially, the question goes along: was the obelisk formed by nature itself without any like humanoid interference? That'd be the better word you would use.
Okay. So you're basically asking, is it man-made?
Yeah, I guess we can go with that.
Okay. While we're in the middle of rewriting out this sentence, the word phenomenon is circled, and it says unnecessary above it. As you ask if it is man-made or had influence through man, maybe we'll include things like inspiration or design in that, that it might have been naturally made but designed by humans. The answer across the board for all of that is no. Mortals on this world, in this plane, did not have anything to do with it. Probably in any plane, mortals did not have anything to do with it. They'll probably be included in that.
Does the tree depend on the obelisk for survival?
No.
So it's just clingy. And then her final question, unless me having to reword it counted as taking up my slots.
That was a Logan not wanting to mislead you that much.
Okay. Thank you. Trying to think of the right wording for this damn question, because is there any point for us trying to enter it and find uses from it? Too broad?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't know what you mean by point to it.
Yeah, I figured that would be.
Yeah, it's
like, would it be beneficial for us to try and find its properties? I guess would be the better phrasing for it. I'm so bad at asking questions.
Sure, that's why I'm going to help you out a little bit. Can't you, and maybe I'm wrong in how you ask these questions, can't you just ask what its purpose is? Isn't it just
they need to be yes or no.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Questions. And it's unclear.
Gotcha.
Huh?
Your girl Callie, she can ask those questions.
Got it.
Yeah, and if the answer I get is unclear, like if it pertains to God damn it, Ange, I love you. Yeah, I can receive an unclear answer if the question pertains to information that lies beyond the deity's knowledge. Or if a one-word answer could be misleading or contrary to the deity's interest, the GM might offer a short phrase as an answer instead. Communicating with gods is complicated, y'all.
So I would say you need to reword the idea of what it means to What is it you're trying to gain out of it by finding out or not finding out? Is it beneficial? Again, the question is what does that mean? Beneficial for who? Beneficial how? Beneficial, So there's got to be a little bit more to it than that.
Guys, want to help me out here? Because my brain is not as smart as
That's
Saldana's.
fine.
How about would discovering the obelisk's properties aid our efforts in getting off the island?
Or destroying Baphomet.
That,
There you go.
Maybe have our
That's super
current-
specific.
I like the
Yeah.
island. Yeah, would the obelisk's properties aid us in rescuing our crew off this island? Home, maybe? That might be a better way to phrase it.
In returning to Cinder.
to find a way to teleport. Could maybe
You could ask
No,
that. Sure.
we could
That
try.
might be, I don't know if too specific, just in case we want to just know if it'll help us escape the island.
Because
It
then we
might,
can just spend more time
Yeah.
doing
Make
this.
do it.
Because
Putting
it
efforts
could
towards
be-
that.
because it could be teleportation. It could be a magic glass elevator a la Willy Wonka. We don't know. So it might be worth asking in general rather than the specific nature of the way
Okay.
it might help us.
Could be a
Oh.
Spire of Annihilation.
Thanks. So then asking, could it potentially help us find a way to get home? That sound about right?
Would learning the properties of the
That was the
fire
wording.
help us get home?
That is the question she would ask.
Okay,
That-
what's the question exactly? I was looking up some other stuff too.
I can say it again if you want.
Yeah, you worded
Would-
better. You word better than
Would the properties of this, or would learning the properties of the spire help us in our efforts to go home? Because even
Yeah,
if
I won't be 100% a dick. Because technically learning about them, no. Doing something with that knowledge, yeah, whatever.
well, but
um,
learning being the first step in the process of doing. I mean, not to get pedantic on the god of knowledge.
Yeah. The very tired god of knowledge. So,
I feel like the god of knowledge would appreciate pedanticness.
yes,
probably.
then correct
Pedantry?
you for it.
Pedantry. He'd correct
pedant-
pedantry. I don't know.
He'd go to the
Pedantry.
pedantry and get
Pedantry.
some vegetables and some grain, and then he'd go and make a smoothie.
An alphabet soup.
Yes.
All right, those are my questions.
B minus, and then it fades away.
When Saldana gets the answer to that last question, she shoots up and hurries back. This could help us find our way home. This might be able to help us get home.
Cool.
Okay.
How?
That I don't know, but if we can find out its properties, if we can learn the properties, then
Maybe
would happen?
casting spells on it might.
Brain twinsies. That was literally what I was about to
Okay.
suggest.
I can try and
Um,
identify on it, see if maybe it has any magical. I don't know.
Sure.
Oisin, didn't you
I-
try detect magic on it
I
earlier
didn't
and it
really
didn't
see
work?
anything there.
I can still try.
Y'all tell me when you're ready. And she has her wand of magic missile out. This can be a last resort.
I'm gonna touch the obelisk and cast light on it. Try to cast light on it.
Oh, cast light on it, not.
Yeah,
Pressing
not
the
hold
light
light
against
up to
it.
but actually cast light on the obelisk.
Watch the spell slide down. It's just a little glowing orb going down off the obelisk.
That would be so sad.
It'd also be fucking hilarious. Let's
It's
be
really
honest.
funny, but it's really sad that that would be the result of the light cleric casting.
Did we try listening to it?
did. I tried to make a sound and see if it would listen, and there was no reverberations, but I think the tree might be dampening it.
You try just pressing your ear against it, hearing if maybe there's something going on within it? I don't know.
I
Hear
didn't
the
go that far.
ocean blink twice.
Kelly will press her ear up against it just to see what happens.
Or whatever the equivalent of an ear is on a dragon phone.
Yep.
As a Triton, she had a lot of ear.
I did.
I have long ears.
Same.
If anyone wants me to, I can also ask Elamira Runa any questions. They're a little bit less yes or no, a little bit, but sometimes they're a little cryptic, if that would be helpful.
Point us in the right direction, maybe. We know to ask the question now, what does the tower do? So,
Yes. What does
Maybe-
it do?
how can the tower help us get home? Maybe that's
I
the
could ask
question?
that, yeah.
Do you think maybe it could be something to empower magic? Something that
Something
I
like a-
was
Yeah, that's what I
focusing.
thought. And
It-
now that I think about it, casting light on that might really hurt our eyes.
Why
Yeah.
don't-
Or maybe it's like an anti-magic spire.
Maybe
Yeah,
it
Why
is
don't
a siphon.
Why don't I try to cast sending? Sending doesn't work very well on the island.
Well,
Maybe touching it and casting it as a
You
conduit.
could try
perhaps?
that.
Try
Yeah,
it.
try that.
See if that works.
I've had pretty good luck with sending just normally, so I'm not.
On the
Sure.
beach though, not necessarily
Yeah.
in the island proper.
Well, let me give it a try.
Yeah, give it a try, Callie.
So Callie is going to put
One
a
second,
hand.
please.
Okay, sorry.
He's trying to figure things out. We might be able to get home.
So if we use that, then we can have walk up. I will hold glitter, and he put his paw on it, and think about.
And
Real
get all
hard
of
about
us
going
wonderful.
home.
Well, at least me and him. Hopefully, me too. I actually don't know how that works. At least just.
I see
him.
how it is. Bye.
At least
Yoshi.
just him. And then, I could help from the other side because people are looking into it.
I see. You just want to permanently split the party. I gotcha.
Is it because you did not have a honeymoon?
No,
Thought you did.
we did.
Oh. Is it because you're dissatisfied with your honeymoon?
No, it's more of everything. Not having a good time.
I'm sorry.
Pip is a bad host.
Well, it's not really you. It's more of the entire island, and also, demons and
That's fair.
Dark elves and necromancy magic acting differently.
You know,
Pip-
all things considered, this is the cleanest this island has been in a very long time, so Pip is happy
Nice.
to have guests.
well, that's
You're a
weird.
good host. We just we have a lot of party crashers that are kind of ruining it for us.
Yeah.
I'll
Also,
invite guests.
also, it's it's all good and fun, but it's also nice to have a ride home.
Oh, this is true, yes. Pip understands this.
It would be like if you went to a party and he said, just going to use the tabaxi cab to go home, but then he goes to bed, and you're just.
That's a good point.
I forgot about the Tabaxi Cat.
There
Like
is,
we-
a
Did
neat,
you forget about the
We have really
tabaxi?
bad service here.
there is any drinking game that people saw played one time by the sailors, it's called Crazy Tabaxi, where you must run around the bar and pick up random people and take them to other places in the city. And certain places in the city are more difficult to get to in time. So you're graded by how quickly you go from place to place. And you get more time based on how quickly you get there.
Yeah, well, the tabaxi industry's really going downhill since Umber came in. I was also gonna say Uber Hulk, but I couldn't decide
Uber.
which to go with.
As Oshin walks up to cast light, and Callie puts her ear up to it. I know you've had a little conversation after that, and you probably had it just before. What exactly are you doing, Oshin?
I'm putting a hand on the obelisk and trying to cast light on the obelisk. I think it might be too big to illuminate. Like how you would cast it on like an item you want to carry is what I'm trying to do.
Okay. You start to try to cast a spell, and it doesn't work because it's too big of an object. However, you feel... Have you ever been holding like a lot of small items in your hand and put a large magnetic items, put a large magnet on it? You kind of feel that pull, a magnetic pull. You feel that as you start to cast this magic, not against your hand necessarily, but the energy around your hand almost kind of pull towards the obelisk.
That's odd. I felt like it was absorbing it. It didn't light up because it's really
Like
big. But
powering it up, maybe?
maybe.
Or like it is a siphon. Like it is a suction pump of some sort.
It probably needs magic in order to maybe become operational.
I don't really have any other.
Still?
Oh, Syl had her wand of magic missile raised, waiting for someone to give her a go ahead.
Somebody in this party right now, I believe, has magic items that you don't cast magic on, but you embed magic within.
Saldana has the Ioun Stone of Reserve, which
You feel a very mild version of that what Oshin just described when you use that item.
it absorbs spells. That's how my stone works. My stone can I
It's
cast I can cast a spell into my stone here, and then I can perform the spell later. That's probably what this is. That's probably what it can do.
So is it taking the energy from maybe
It's probably storing the spell itself.
sendings and teleportations and
Oh man. So like if it
Disrupting
gets
them
activated, like
for-
Pimble's just gonna get all the sendings at once.
Perhaps
he's gotten most of them. But
we could try a more powerful spell if you want to. We could try a more powerful spell and see what happens.
Well, I was thinking about trying the sending to see if it is absorbing sending, maybe casting it near it or putting a hand on it will empower the spell. Maybe
it wouldn't hurt to try.
So there's a particular way when using that you sort of give the magic over to it. You don't quite cast the spell, but you get about halfway through the casting, and then you just release the energy into it. It's a different way of thinking about it that you learn when you have a magic item attuned to you like that. It teaches you how to do it, but it's not something, and I mean, it's easily taught. It's normally that's the only way people learn about it. No one tries it on an item they're not attuned to.
Do you want me to try, or do you want to try?
I mean, I could try it. I'm fine using up my spells. And this, oh, no, we'll try. Let's see how this works. All right. Sultana just kind of nervously rubs her hands together just to get that energy out of her. And she'll go ahead and start casting Sending. And yeah, she's going to cast Sending
What
into...
level?
It is a 3rd level spell.
Okay. So you start to cast Sending, and then what do you do with that magic?
I'm going to do what I would do with my Ayunstun, try to focus on putting that energy into the obelisk itself.
And it goes exactly like your Iron Stone. You feel the energy pass from you into it.
I'm then going to touch the obelisk, and
As you're about to reach out to touch the obelisk, the tree bursts into fire. It starts to pull itself away and forms a humanoid-like structure and turns to attack. And that's where we're going to take our break.
God damn it.
It's okay, guys. It has a door in it. We can just... It has a weak point.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Countless Heroes. We really appreciate you being here, and we are going to go directly into our. What do we call this? We don't have a name for it. Our ad break talkie part.
Announcements? Things
Not really
like
announcements. It's more like we're going to talk about the people that give us money and earn some more of it.
It's our advertising eighth of an hour.
it's our thanks.
Yes. So we're going to start with Die Hard Dice tonight, just to screw with Fennec a little.
What?
And no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We always start with our first
Fennec already
and
had
our
one.
most wonderful. I know, that's why I did it. I don't know if you guys heard, but there once was an anvil called World. So small it could have been hurled. One after one, users they came, far, far too many to name, and 1,000,000 worlds were pearled. World Anvil is the most robust world building and campaign management software that exists on the internet today. Go take a look, worldanvil.com. They can't be beat. I promise. 200,000 users. I guess we just named them. There's Jim and then Bob. There's like
Billy.
7 Tims, 2 Billies.
There's at least one Janet I'm aware of.
1 Janet. There's a Demetrius.
It's us.
There's a Samurai. There's us. There's probably a bunch
A lot of
of strange names too out there. So go take a look at worldanvil.com. You can see our World Anvil at nerdsmith.org/chworldanvil, which is just put in the chat there. You can see all about this amazing world we're building together, all the things we're doing and creating, and we're a little behind on it, I'm sorry, but we're getting there. It'll be done by the time a year after we end, at least.
At least.
At least. It'll be at least that long. So thank you very, very much for helping us show how much love we can give to World Anvil. I like to think that we were directly responsible for at least 0.01% of that number of 200,000 users. I think that's 20. Yeah. 20 people.
Yeah,
That'll
that
work.
sounds about right, actually. Even
Sounds about
more.
right. Perfect. That's about us. 0.01% of a big number. That's a lot, sure. But yes, we're very, very happy to be part of the Nerds, to be as part of World Anvil's amazing family. And we look forward to very, very many more amazing things to work with them on in the future. Hint. Foreshadow. There may or may not already be things in the. All right, that's all I can say. Angela's going to give me the scowl.
Don't share trade secrets when they haven't fully realized on chat.
I have or we don't even know if that's actually what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I told, I was talking to somebody today. Oh, I was talking to Jason Catrone, the nicest mobster you'll ever meet today, who has given me official permission to call him that. But I was talking to him.
Bio.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he's amazing.
Rather, he put that one of his skills was historic family connections to the mob, 0%, quit asking.
He was very, very generous to allow me to keep saying that. But I told him that I had a little birdie that tells me to make sure, kind of keep me honest on these things, because I don't always remember to ask for permission when I'm going to start calling somebody a mobster. And I called her my guardian angel.
Mm-hmm.
Little angel with the parenthesis A.
Do you know how many Christian-themed gifts I got as a child because my name means angel?
Oh, it was Angela? I knew it wasn't new to you, but it was cute to me. So
it was very
cute.
cute.
You keep me honest, and I like that. Anyway, so we don't. I'm not honest. I mean, I'm always on most of the time too honest. That's the problem. You keep me from revealing things I'm not supposed to, and make sure that I check in with people to make sure they're okay.
I keep you politically correct.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Alrighty. So let us talk next about Die Hard Nerdsmith. Let's talk about Nerdsmith, just to do that to Gabby. Nerdsmith, we are very happy to be part of the Nerdsmith network. Very, very happy. And you know who Nerdsmith is sponsored by? Die Hard Dice. There you go, Gabby. Go ahead, throw them up there. Let's see them. Die Hard Dice is an amazing dice company. I don't have a poem for them this week. I'll try to do one next week. Die Hard Dice creates their own 3D design dice, and they are now creating their own polymer dice. They are not stopping. They are going to be the name of the game in dice. I promise. They are going places that no other dice company is going. They're doing things that no other dice company can do or wants to get involved with. They are pushing the very limits of dice creating technology. I have no idea.
They want to be
that
the
last
very
part's
best.
They want to be the very. Well, you got to roll with the best. You got to roll with Die Hard Dice. Tagline. So,
All the pretty dice.
thank you for taking a look at Die Hard Dice, all the amazing dice we like to throw up there. Very soon, I hope we're going to have, or next Tuesday, we're going to be doing a giveaway for a set of Die Hard Dice. All you got to do is be here around this time frame, and we'll be giving those away to a lucky
you'll
user
have
in the
also been
chat.
here a little bit earlier.
We hope that you'll be here the whole time, but you don't need to be. Please tell your friends. Throw out a little support here and there. Die Hard Dice up there. Yay. It looks like you're missing one.
The scary
It's
one.
under my
we missed.
finger.
The D4
Okay.
is just buried deep in there.
It's really deep. Shove it in there.
I'm sorry.
He just stepped on one. He doesn't want to lose it again.
Guardian Angela's retiring for the evening.
Yeah. Guardian Angela. Go to if you'd like to purchase some dice now, go take a look at dieharddice.com. Put some beautiful dice in your cart. Put the ugly ones in your cart. They need love too. And you want to collect them all anyway. Well, that's beauty in the eye of the beholder. There are dice that I particularly do not find very
there are
attractive.
beholders on that website? Fuck.
Yes. They make you buy more dice. But other people will find them very attractive. And that's the whole point. They have a variety that will speak to apps.
What happened?
So I figured out what causes that.
Cause what? Huh?
If I'm still in the OBS and I press the space bar, evidently it switches. And I hit it with my finger while I'm sitting here leaning forward and talking to you. So I will be turning off that hotkey after this. Let's be realistic. After it happens a few more weeks, I'll probably remember to finally turn off that hotkey. And that won't happen anymore after that. So, sorry about that.
I would like to just take a moment to say, screw you, Heather.
Screw you,
Who just
Heather.
called that pulling an Angela?
Rude.
Heather, if you wanted to use that, I'm going to call you out right now. If you wanted to use that, you should have waited till after I saw you in person. So, yeah.
Oh.
Be on notice.
Angela knows where you're going to be sleeping.
I know where you'll
We're going to be
next
staying
week.
in the same place.
Sleeping
So.
in the same room. Wait.
We'll
House.
be under
I
the
meant to say
same
house.
roof.
Roof. So, go to dieharddice.com. Use the coupon code Countless Heroes. Why? Because that's how our sponsors know that we're doing good, is people use that coupon code. And I would very much like the next meeting that we have to blow away their expectations and have dozens and dozens of people having used that coupon code. You get 15% off. Why wouldn't you want to get dice at 15% off? The best looking dice on the planet. And by the way, they'll probably send you a nice little handwritten note. And in many cases, I've seen them throw some extra dice in. I can't guarantee that they'll do either of those things, but it's very likely because they're an amazing company. They really are the best. They, along with World Anvil, have sponsored our big meetup that's coming up at WonderCon on March 30th at 8 p.m. At the Hilton Anaheim in the Carmel room. Did I nail it? Did I get it all?
Yeah, you got it all. Carmel
Perfect.
room's on the 4th floor, right?
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Fourth floor, but there's gonna be some beautiful signage around the hotel. They promised that we're gonna be on all their signage. I believe that was part of the package, and we're gonna have a bar. The first 50 people to walk through the door that are over 21 or over with their ID will get a free drink ticket for the bar. We'll have sodas and waters and things to be able to drink. In addition, then after that will be a host bar. So, or a no host bar. Excuse me, a no host bar. It's a cash bar. You have to pay. Don't want to put anything out there that's not
Yes,
gets us
please.
liable for
Yeah,
buying
please.
drinks all night. come by, even if you don't have a lot of time, just come by and say hi. We'll probably be singing some songs and having some fun and being goofy. And maybe Mickey and Pluto too. We'll be all sorts of crazy things.
Come by even if you don't drink.
Yes.
Come by if you don't drink. It's okay. We have lots of people that won't be drinking there. We have lots of people that will be drinking there. But we will make sure that it stays respectful, that nobody gets crazy. That is going to be something I will put a promise on right now. Okay, so it'll get crazy, but not because of the alcohol.
No Pip keg stand.
No keg stands. No, nothing like
Just
that.
as Pip though.
Maybe a keg of water. I won't be drinking either.
I cannot guarantee that I will not be drinking. Sorry. My guardian Angela will be taking care of me.
Some of us will definitely be drinking. Everybody that's not drinking is speaking up, though.
Yes. Yeah, we will have some pretty signage and fun stuff there. I'm very excited.
We've got some great signage coming. We've got some really cool things coming very, very soon.
Our
So
Googly Unicorn is coming. I mean,
Googly Unicorn will be there. Googly Unicorn definitely won't be drinking.
No.
Matter of fact, Googly Unicorn's going to be. I'm going to tape off a little corner of the room where Googly Unicorn's got to stay the whole.
Well, that's because there's a drinking maximum, and an ageless creature like a unicorn is way beyond that maximum.
I think that unicorns grow for the first year of their life, and after that, they never grow anymore. So it's just they're always perpetually 1 year old, and that's they can't go beyond that.
That's both adorable and
or maybe,
tragic.
But in unicorn years, that's 14.
Until next.
Which is weird that they have unicorn years when they don't age. But it's just the way I don't make the rules.
It's you count the laurels on the horn.
Yeah, I don't make the rule. The rules. The whirls. The whirls. Okay.
Anyway.
Lastly, when you choose to sponsor our show, which we very greatly appreciate, you are also sponsoring the Trevor Project. So go check out thetrevorproject.org and see all the amazing good that we help make happen every year. In a small way. It's not a great way, but it's significant.
We do our part. We do enough, I think.
I think so.
Well, yeah, we do.
We play games, and then people give us money to give to charity, which is kind of neat.
Yeah.
Speaking of cherry tree.
Speaking of cherry tree, a cherry tree.
Charyu tree.
Charyu tree. Pop that sucker right off. All right. Let me see if I can get a map going really quick. And then we will go from there. I probably should have done this in the break.
Hindsight's 2020.
But I was taking care of other things, including writing a poem.
You were putting pants on Albert.
I put pants on Owlbear that my wife made. They're a little ridiculous, but I kind of like them that way.
Tall. It's
literally was sewing those during the first half of the game. Just decided that he needed pants because of glitter.
Ah, crap! It doesn't work. All right.
You need to
awesome.
put the pants on your fingers and then just tuck Albert in there so that you can control the legs.
My buddy Brian is a sound engineer, and he's probably freaking out every time he sees me shove that guy in there. So don't tell him. Just don't tell Brian, all right?
Just tell him
he doesn't watch it.
Just tell him it's an additional pop filter.
Behind the mic, right?
Yeah.
It's a pop filter.
Pop filter for the pop filter.
It's a shock-absorbing owlbear. True fact, owlbears make excellent pop filters. So, true fact there. For your brain pan.
True. The more you know.
I mean, that is where the wizard that originally created the owlbear got an idea from the outdoor windscreen that you see on microphones. You know, on movie sets.
Oh,
the giant fuzzy ones.
Yeah, there's a term for that. But we're gonna call them unconscious owlbears now.
Rather than the other.
Yes.
I always just called them shaggy socks.
I like shaggy socks.
Okay, that's new. Shaggy socks. That's it. It's a microphone sock.
Alrighty.
Microphones get cold.
So,
It's true. They do get hot. So it stands to reason they get cold.
You're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no.
I'd like to take a moment to thank our subscriber Gabby for subscribing for her 4th month in a row.
Well,
Thank you,
Gabby.
wherever you are, out in TV land.
out in
Whoever
TB
that
land?
Whoever she is, she sounds like a dork.
An
Sounds
amazing
dork.
Takes
dork.
one to know one, so.
Yep. All right, there's the obelisk.
Logan, I sent you a DM.
Alrighty. Oh. Alrighty.
I'm really glad I cast aid on the 3 clerics.
There you go.
The 3 squishier clerics, I should say.
I'm comparatively beefy.
That's why I said the squishy ones.
I'm less beefy than Mari, but I'm beefy.
I don't want to fight this tree. Mostly because things on the island are fucking terrifying.
So go ahead and add your initiatives in. We'll get our combat chart up here in a second. If I could remember to open Firefox.
I thought you were just going to say fire because the tree.
I need to open the
burst into flame.
fire.
So I just wanted you all to know I was rolling my initiative, and my second roll, because I have advantage, was cocked. It was a little bit more towards the nat 20, but I was like, I'm gonna re-roll it. It was a nat 1.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is sad.
But my other roll was
Aw.
like fine, so it's okay. Because I have advantage, well, that one didn't.
No, I don't. Yeah, no. I always hate it when you get advantage on roll, but you roll like 2 1s. I hate it when that happens because I know that is a possibility. I don't like this.
I mean, you're not really meant to.
Sultana doesn't like a lot of things she has to fight. Mostly because that entails that she has to fight.
Yeah, I see Saldana's like ready to run. 20 initiative.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I'm right in front of it. Cause I was going to touch the obelisk, so I'm right smack dab in front of the fuck.
So it kind of pulls itself off and around and shrinks down as it pulls all the wood more dense into itself, bursting into flames as it goes.
And by shrink, you mean it's only a huge creature?
Correct, as opposed to surrounding the entirety of a near gargantuan size.
As opposed to a world eater. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Nervous elf cleric noises.
No, no reason to get nervous till you start hearing nervous Goa barbarian noises. Exactly.
I don't feel nervous, but the music is very soft.
I'm working on it.
It's
I can only do so.
Gabby
I'm
was like-
only one man.
Oh, Shane, don't worry.
Gabby's
It's
like,
a Jack
oh
Johnson
God,
tree.
I'm so nervous with this like gentle guitar.
I'm a nervous person in general. Do you remember who I am playing? The nervousness passes over.
Yeah, it's just like it's fine. Yeah, it does. I feel fine. I don't know.
No.
Oh shit!
As
I'm
this
first.
tree rips itself away from the obelisk.
Oh, is the
And you were
obelisk
trying to touch it?
the square?
Correct.
Okay, I thought I was like, did we miss a texture? Is it ultra
Low,
black?
damn it.
Is it in that like blackest black color? So
No.
it like sucks in all the light.
There is a new Kickstarter for Black 3.0.
Okay. Oh boy.
Okay.
It's
Well,
paint.
it's
We'll
black
talk-
as black. It's that's what.
It's a
yeah.
pigment. This is all in character for Syl to understand that this exists. Personally likes bluest blue.
All right, so Tessa is going to have to step away. We don't have anyone to be able to jump in, but Tess, that's okay. We love you. I hope you feel better. And
Oh, but not
she runs off to go warn the others that there's a horrible plant-like creature.
I'll tell everybody else.
She grabs Prime Heart's butt first, though. It's very important. She's got.
Of course.
For good luck.
Of course.
She has priorities. Bye, guys.
She casts a cure spell on Pip to heal him back up to full before he leaves.
Yeah, she totally does.
All right, that's
Okay,
fine.
woo!
Fine. You can have that as your parting
And
gift.
she casts
How much
aid on the
damage has Pip
barbarian.
taken?
4.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. All right, Saldana, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, Saldana sees a big tree get in front of her. She don't like that very much. So what she's actually going to do, she does not want to fight this damn thing. So she is going to. Yeah, let's take an opportunity attack. Why not? Saldana's going to back the fuck up. She's about right there.
All right.
And she is going to cast aid, or not aid, sorry, bless on let's see. Yeah, you guys are within my range. On Syl, Pip, and Oshin.
Cast what on us? What?
I cast bless.
Bless.
Hashtag blessed.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Syl's gonna invent
Really?
the hashtag just so she can say that.
But yeah, so when you guys make a attack roll or a saving throw, you can roll a d4 and add that to the number that you rolled.
For anything or just the next thing?
For as long as the spell lasts, which is a minute, so long as I can maintain concentration.
Thank you. To attack rolls and
Attack rolls and saving throws. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. That way you guys can have that
Perfect,
as a
thank you.
reference.
And did you run away?
Yep.
Did you withdraw?
I did not disengage. I said that I was going to take the opportunity attack.
Got it. All right. So it brings down a fist upon you. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's
Don't
see.
say that.
So 31 will hit.
Nah. Sorry, it actually misses. Sorry. Saldana's a little too graceful.
You went
Hey.
too
You
far
take
over
nine-
the AC.
You take 19 points of bludgeoning damage, magical, and you take 14 points of fire damage. I need you to make a constitution save. Pour fire.
I'm feeling it. I'll take the hero die.
All right. First off, 10 feet around it as burning embers and tangles of vines grasp at you, that's difficult terrain. So the first step you took was actually 10 feet. I don't know if that changes where you would. Then as you're moving, he punches you, and burning embers fly in your face, and you become blind. Your second step, right where you're at, you fall prone on the ground, and you are blind. You doing anything else?
Nope. I was just making sure that wasn't going to affect what I was going to do after that, but thankfully it doesn't. It's just creatures I choose, not that I see. Cool. So Bless is still up. That I had cast Bless after I had walked away from it. So I just wanted to make that preface. Didn't want to make it seem like I was
Pip.
Always Pip's turn. Okay.
It is Pip's turn.
Is Saldana on fire?
No, not yet.
What kind of action would it be to use my water skin to rinse out her eyes? Like, just kind of like water in her face. Not being delicate about it. Like you should be. But...
Then I would say the same as administering a potion, which is it's an action. Yeah, I'd say it's an action because you're trying to do something. You're trying to pour a liquid into a particular body part. It's basically like administering a potion.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to move past Saldana and drop my water skin on
Sure,
her.
that's easy.
Whole. So I was like, rinse out your eyes. It will feel better eventually.
Not wrong.
And people would like to rage.
Pip may rage.
Angry first aid.
Angry first aid. Rage heal.
He puts on his angry eyes as he washes out Saldana's.
Pip must be very careful because his angry eyebrows are very flammable.
And Pip will move forward. You said 10 feet is difficult terrain, or is moving into it okay?
It is any square that is covered with that is difficult terrain.
Okay. Moving adjacent.
Okay.
And going to swing with the mace. That is a 15.
Okay. That does not hit.
Okay, and he'll swing again. That's a nat one. I'm not gonna take the arrow die.
No? You sure?
Positive.
All right.
He already took one from you today.
That's Pip's turn.
That is Pip's turn. Oh, shit.
And one round of miss.
Okay. You need to get little sad face icons. One turn of missing, 2 turns.
Two
Little
thirds
tears.
of missing.
Little tears. So like 1 tear, 2 tears, 3
teardrop.
tears.
Well, see, the teardrops could also work for like a prison tattoo that you killed somebody. So like I think
Yeah, so I don't know.
Or a crybaby reference. Maybe just crybaby. Why do I see what is it?
Cryberries?
I don't.
What are
I wanna say
cryberries? Well, it sounds
cryberries, I don't know
amazing.
why.
Little salty berries. They're little cryberries. Or they're super sour.
they're so sort of
First they're
makes
sour,
eyes
then
water.
they're sweet.
Whose turn is it?
Then they're salty.
It's Jay's turn. Oshin?
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
yeah, that just gave me the opportunity to like just skim my spell list and realize how many fire spells I have.
Can we talk more about
clear.
Saldana's salty berry?
For my bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon behind it. So it's the same, the ram, the spectral baby lamb that grows up into a ram really quickly and then bucks at it. Does that count for Pip's thing? The advantage.
Any allies making melee attacks.
It's
Melee
okay.
attacks.
I don't. Well, that it's a
If it's
It's
a
a
melee
spell-
spell attack, it counts.
That is
Oh,
yes.
it does. Cool.
That's why I was asking because I'm pretty sure that's listed as melee.
Fuck it up.
Yeah, it's a melee spell attack.
All right.
Let me double check that. Melee attack rolls. Yep, it doesn't even specify weapon or spell. Melee attack.
It's typical.
Okay, so it's a nat 20.
Nice.
Yeah, boy.
So that's 17 points of damage. 4 stamina. It's only second level. That's my bonus action.
All right. How much damage
So
total?
for
I'm
my-
sorry.
17 4 stamina.
All right.
Yeah. Apparently, Thorn Whip is also a melee attack, so I'm gonna attack with Thorn Whip as my action because I can't. Rage and him.
All right. Go ahead and make that check. And thank you, Scraticus, for the raid.
Yeah.
Bringing your amazing
Hey.
people over here. You guys are amazing. Rawar, the sound. How does that sound in bear? Rawar. I like that. That's good. Let's do
We are in the
crime.
middle- We're fighting a fiery tree right now.
They are
I got
fighting
a
back.
26 with Thorn Whip.
Wow,
I
you actually hit with Thorn Whip. That's amazing. I think that's the
I'm
second time this entire campaign.
The first
I'm
one
gonna
was
thank
with my
Scraticus
hero.
for that.
Scraticus, you
Scraticus.
They're good
you have
vibes.
made the Thorn Whip happen. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are amazing.
It's 14 piercing.
All right, 14 piercing.
And that's my turn.
All right, its turn. As its turn starts, the fire deep within it burns, and all of these brambles all around it burst up into fire. Everyone within 10 feet of it take 16 points of fire damage.
I'm going to reduce that by half for myself.
All right. And the creature looks down at you. Does anybody speak Infernal?
I'm sorry.
And it just, this guttural, deep, and it closes its fists. Who's taking fire damage from it this round? Seldana explodes outwards, fire damage in a 30-foot radius, hitting everybody. I need
What
dexterity
the fuck?
saves.
I'm sorry. Was
The
I
tree,
just a
the
fucking
tree
fireball
weaponized one of our
serpent?
clerics. I'd like to call foul.
What the fuck? Do I have to make
I
it
also-
or do I just take it?
Everyone gets the check, including Seldana,
But
but
I will
expands out from you into a 30-foot radius. Just starts with you.
Reminder to the barbarians: you three have a D4 that you can add onto your saves.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
And if you had understood Infernal, it would have said, "And the world will know fire."
I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of got that vibe from the tone it was using.
And that was so nice. I got a 14.
14,
18 total.
18,
20.
22.
22,
I got an
20,
11.
11. Pip
You
made
were
it.
the epicenter. So 22 would have made it. Wow.
20 did not.
Wow.
Eep. We got
I
it
will
right.
go ahead and go roll in the dice roller because I don't have the.
Logan likes throwing multiple fireballs worth of damage at us to start
Right?
off.
Yeah,
Oh my
right.
God.
That's apparently.
We gotta
Sending it-
run.
40 points of fire damage to anyone who failed, 20 points to those that succeeded.
Cool, cool, cool.
Hot, hot, hot.
All
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the ground in the surrounding area is catching on fire. The trees, anything not carried or worn.
I rolled a natural 20 on my concentration check for bless.
Hell yeah.
Also, Saldana looks like a very burnt.
I may be a bomb,
when-
but at least
yeah,
I
when-
kept my spell going.
All of you hear like just such pain screaming coming from Saldana, and she's still prone, still kind of holding at her eyes, and she just looks burnt and awful.
Let me tell you, the image of all of that happening to Saldana does seem pretty fucking rad, though. Like something out of
It
goddamn
does.
Akira. Like, that sounded insane.
Yeah, just hair kind of singed, clothes are pretty fucked up. Yeah, she
Flames
is
out of her eyes.
fucked up. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time this week Saldana got fucked up by.
Logan, are we gonna have the combat layout out at some point?
Oh, I don't know why. I thought I did. I'm sorry. 1 second here.
We got a compliment on the layout, though, so thank you, Ray Deanne.
Oh, thank
But,
you.
We do have
Ray
another layout
Deanne.
for
Why does that sound
we have another-
familiar?
Ah.
Why do I know who? I know that name. I don't know why. It's familiar on the top of my head.
I'm so glad I cast aid, y'all. Oh my god, I'm glad I cast aid.
All right.
D4 can make a lot of difference.
Right?
Anyway, thank you guys, and thank you for the comment. Really appreciate it. There's our combat layout. So there's a nice one there. But yeah, I know that name, and I don't know why. If I
So
know
glad I
you,
rolled
please
a
let me
nat
know how I
20.
know you.
So glad I was that 20 on that save. Oh my god.
That was a great save. All right, let's get back to it. So after it finishes that up, after closing its fist and Saldana, a radius of fire just burning out and scorching the jungle around you. Primeheart, you're up.
Okay. Primeheart is
Oh,
going
it's
to.
Renee. We did we did an interview together in on the Dear DM, and we chatted a bunch on Twitter. Hi, welcome to our
Nice.
show. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, I got excited.
You're good.
I get excited when there's new people here.
You're allowed to say hi.
How dare you engage?
It gives people time to look at their sheets and try to figure out what they want to do.
And if anybody's wondering, no, we're not missing a texture. There's a immense black obelisk in the middle of our map, so that's why there's a big block there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yo.
Primeheart is going to take a bonus action to use Step of the Wind and backpedal away from this creature past Oshin to Saldana.
All right.
And then he's going to reach down and cast Cure Wounds on her at 4th level.
So you reach down and call upon your god to spread the healing energies from your hand through Saldana. Wait,
Right.
Saldana? Yeah, Saldana.
And the dirt and what I guess there's not really much plant life around her. It's all burnt, right?
It's
well-
burning. There is a lot of plant life still, but it just not all of it caught on fire instantly. But yeah, there's some. It is a jungle. It's fairly wet, so there's not a lot of dry roughage around to catch. So
Is
it's
she
just
on
starting to
fire?
burn. What's that?
No, I'm not on fire,
she-
but
is
I'm
she-
definitely
okay.
sick.
No, she is not on fire.
Well, either
She's
way.
blind from the embers that got in her eyes, though.
Okay. Any embers that would be on her body, he reaches down and the soil and dirt kind of swirls around her, cleaning her body off from all that ash, and she heals 19 hit points. And that's me done.
Still looks like shit, but thank you.
Okay. It's my turn?
Yes, it is.
Beautiful.
Syl is going to hustle her way over into melee range with the tree next to Pip, and she will begin. As on her way running, she sort of lets that glow take over again as she goes into a rage.
Perfect.
And will
And all her pain evaporates.
and she will I didn't and then
Sorry.
I'll attack with my greatsword. Or my flamberge. Gotta use the right terms.
Flambert.
That's a
Like owlbear.
That is a hold on. Add a D4.
If it's attack roll, yep.
16.
16 does not hit.
Okay. I will swing again. 23.
That's will hit.
Okay. Oh, that shouldn't be that. Okay. So that's 15 points of slashing damage with the greatsword, and as she hits it, a very robust flash of radiant energy flashes, and it does 12 radiant additionally to the tree. So that's 24, 27 total.
27 total plus, so 30.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's 15 and 12. Those were the two numbers. So 28.
Okay.
Sorry.
I put 14 and then 13. So I got to the same.
It's fine. Okay. And that's my bonus, my movement, and my action. Okay, I'm done.
Excellent. Saldana.
Okay, it's gonna take my whole action to rinse my eyes out, isn't it?
It will take an action, yes.
Yeah, screw it. Saldana is going to grab the water skin that Pip gave her and just haphazardly just try to rinse her eyes out, just to get the embers out of her eyes.
And taking the time to do that, you successfully are able to get the embers and relax your eyes for a moment, allow them to readjust, getting all the dirt out and allowing yourself to see again.
Cool. And I'm going to get up. I'll spend half my movement to get the fuck off the ground. I'm going to back up a
Get
little
the
bit.
F off the ground.
I picked myself off the ground.
She's gonna kind of move back weakly over there. Oh, fuck. There. I'm trying to think of what I can do for a bonus action. I don't think there's much I can. There's not that much I can do. Of all the days not to prepare healing work, goddamn.
Mood. You were like, there's 8 clerics coming with us, so I think we'll be okay.
Right? One would think. One would think.
All right, so you good to go then?
Yep. The thing I want to do, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit on it.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's all she's gonna really do. She's just gonna maintain on concentration. With the.
Okay, Pip,
Attacking again.
you attacking.
Get him. Oh, did I have advantage on those attacks? Fuck. Damn it. You know, my brain was like, stand next to Pip, and then I forgot why I was fucking standing next to Pip.
Why would I? You smell like wet feroche. Why am I standing here?
The first attack is a 20.
Nice.
Hits.
Hits. Okay, and I'll go ahead and roll damage on that.
All right. Hey, Pip, why don't you roll some damage on?
I think I'm going to roll some damage on that.
All right.
That is a total of 10 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
All right. So you slam your weapon against it.
It's
Okay.
the mace, so yeah. It looks
My
like
my brain turned all flavor off, and I really was sitting here hoping I was like, did he just bite it? Please let me say he bite it, so I could say the bite is worse than its bark. And that was my entire. That is where all my thought process went, was to that pun instead of actually paying attention to what you were doing with your swingy hammer thing. Mace. It's a mace. I got it.
the next attack is a natural 20.
Ooh, even
So,
better.
I am going to go ahead and I get a 6 plus a d6 plus 5, right? Because it's the max damage die,
You get
right?
the brutal critical too.
Yeah, the brutal critical
Yeah.
should be 2d6 now.
Right. Right.
Damn.
Yep.
Right.
I got it all in my roll 20
Well, it's
equations now.
it's time that we reveal that you've been multi-classing as cleric this whole time. Pip. That's why you don't have 2d6. So
It
darn.
is just so Pip can purify food and water.
So, with the brutal critical, that is a total of, because I still get the double the original die, correct? Or not double the original die, but max damage on the first die, correct?
It's max
Okay.
damage, then you re-roll the die. That's how we're doing crits.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
Crits is roll
So-
damage like normal, and then add up the number after the D on all the dice, and add that.
Oh boy!
So it
Oh,
gets
that's
crazy.
even better.
Yeah, it's roll and then.
So
add
how many
the
dice
max.
are you actually rolling?
3d6.
So 3d6. So whatever you roll plus 18. That's your.
Okay, so, but then I also get bonus damage because it does lightning damage. So should I roll that as well?
Yes. And is lightning damage a part of the weapon?
Yep.
Then you would then add that as maxes. So how many dice is that?
Okay, I roll a 1d6. On a result of 1 to 5, I add 2d6.
Right. So you would add 2d6 plus 12. If you get a 1 through 6, 1 through 5. If
Which
you
I
get a
did.
6, what happens?
It casts chain lightning.
That's right. That's right.
Oh boy. So that's a total of, 24 plus 30, correct? Because it's plus 12? Because I'm rolling 5
Plus-
dice?
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Okay.
rolling 5. If you're rolling 5d6, it's plus 30. So instead of rolling those
34,
dice
36,
again, yeah, you
41,
just take.
47, 49, 54 points of.
That sounds about right. 54 points of damage on a crit. Yep. At this level, that sounds exactly right. Good job.
That is the most damage the Pip has.
You don't crit very
ever done.
often.
No, I
I
don't.
was like thinking like, no, you've done this before. I'm like, wow, I don't think we have really done this much, especially after getting all these magic items. Yeah, that's crazy. You don't crit very often.
Pip exists to help other people crit. Like that's
That's amazing. Good job, Pip.
cool.
has
Yeah.
the power.
so-
Very different than your previous character in our past game where it was like just crits all day long.
Dice
All
roll,
right.
man.
Man, they're
They're
crazy.
fickle.
You don't think they'd be that crazy, but they do. Are you done, Pip?
That is Pip's turn.
Oshin. Show us how it's done, Oshin.
You know, with that thorn whip.
Okay.
Fuck it up.
Yeah. I don't want to take a hit like that again though. So I'm going to.
That's what happens when you go Snoop Dogg's.
Sorry, I was trying to position myself not in the fire.
Fair.
I'm going to
Smart.
scoot around. I'm going to rage and attack. So I can't use spiritual weapon this turn, but it's still there because it's not concentration. So it's just there for a minute.
All right.
The first one was a 17 to hit. And the second one is a. What is that? 28? Something like that? No, 26. Sorry. Whatever. Yeah, the 17, then a 26.
All right. So those are your two hits.
Yeah.
Both hit.
Go, ocean, go, ocean, go, ocean, go, go, ocean, go, ocean, go.
I was like, it's in my head now. That
The first one's 13 damage. And the second one is 14 damage.
movie is so cringeworthy now. All right. As you using what weapon are you using?
Great sword.
That's right. So as you slam your great sword down once, not only once but twice into its leg, you hear the sound of splitting wood. As if somebody had just ripped something in two, and the leg splits, and kind of hobbles down on one side. Obviously, the creature is weary. However,
DMG real quick.
okay,
Go. Sorry, it's not important at the moment. I apologize.
got it. Doesn't matter. It all still went through.
Oh fuck! It's its turn.
That's why I raged.
All right.
Wise decision.
Let us find out if it gets back its ability to do the.
God.
Oh, look! It got back its ability to do the thing.
Oh god.
All right. So let's see. Here. It really doesn't matter who gets it.
Still would like to rage
So
cry.
anybody that's taken fire damage, we'll choose anybody not Sildana. Who was after Sildana getting fire damage? Pip, maybe?
Pip.
So Oshin?
Save.
Oshin. Let's go with Oshin. So the fire bursts out from Oshin this time as it reaches up, and the guttural, twisted language is uttered again from whatever mouth this thing may have deep within it. And as it closes its fist, the fire bursts from Oshin out all directions for 30 feet. I need everyone to make me a dexterity save.
I'm gonna use a hero die to succeed on the save.
Yeah. Well,
we
I already
didn't see it
rolled.
doing that. So we had advantage, right? The barbarians.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't a nat one.
Oh, yeah.
You still get your D4 as well. Oh, I have to roll for that actually, depending on what the damage is.
I will take the hero die.
Prime Heart, no.
Logan, I have a question.
Yes.
As a barbarian, I have the. I think I get the ability to re-roll a hit or a save if I miss. Okay, I only
Okay.
I think I can only roll it once. I'm saying I have advantage as a dex save, and I was wondering if I could re-roll at advantage or if I'm just rolling it one more time.
You roll one more time.
Okay.
And you take the best of those three.
I got an 8, so I failed. I assume I failed.
I mean, considering a 22
Well,
last
20
time.
missed last time, so
Yeah.
So I think an 8 failed.
14.
Which I had gotten a 20 because 15 with bless, thank you, plus 5. But I also used the hero die to increase that to 24.
all right. So Pip succeeds. Prime Heart fails greatly. Syl, what'd you get?
14.
Okay, so Donna.
I used
You
a hero die
succeed.
to succeed.
Okay.
And Prime Heart's going to give Sildana resistance to fire damage.
All right.
Hopefully I'll be able to maintain bless, y'all.
Come on.
59 points of fire damage,
So
or 29 to those who succeeded or got resistance.
Oh, I look fucked
Or if
up
you
even.
did both, then you get only 14.
But does the oh no, Prime Heart, does the resistance affect me before or after that damage, Prime?
After always. Resistance always is after.
Okay, I was just double checking.
It's half of whatever you actually take. You were dexterous enough, heroically, we might add.
Bless.
That was a whiny
Was
dog.
that on? Bless is gone. I lose
Okay.
concentration on it.
That wasn't the
so-
dog.
On
that
a-
was the smoke
on a
alarm
DC
from
10?
Fire.
I rolled an 8,
Okay.
and I have a +1 to my constitution.
What was
Oh.
that? What would you say, Pip?
He said it was the smoke alarm from all the fire.
Dog is not happy.
So
Like, it's time for
yeah.
bed, Dad. You were up to midnight 2 nights in a row. I love seeing those hearts. All right.
Fuck you. I love you, but fuck.
So that is his turn, though. He's completely done. As he just continues yelling at you in this strange language, kind of posturing and trying to be, you would guess, intimidating for some sort of creature like this. As he tries to push kind of himself forward and make himself look more fierce. Primeheart, give me a save, Syl.
Syl is going to remember that she has advantage on her attacks and attack twice against the tree monster. Oh, damn. That's a 26 on the first one. And a 27 on the second.
Sorry, I accidentally drew on the map.
That's okay.
Why do you do
okay.
this thing?
That is 46 damage total. Magical
Alright.
slashing and radiant. And then she, on her second strike, just lets out this very primal yell, and will use her what's it called? It's got a zealous presence. I will use zealous presence. So all of you that can hear me, I don't think Primeheart counts, get advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of my next turn.
Bye, Renee. Hope you're feeling better.
So yeah, you guys get advantage on your saving throws and attack rolls till my next turn. And that is the end.
Excellent. So as you bring your weapon down, it's hitting and it splits another chunk of wood out of it. It is not looking very good, but it continues to posture and does not show any signs of weakness other than the gaping holes that you're putting inside of it. Saldana.
All right, seeing Primeheart and just how knocked out he is, she's going to rush over, place her hand on his chest, and she's going to cast Heal on him, and he instantly gets 70 hit points.
Cleric,
Jesus.
doing a cleric. Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Saldana
Not
did a
grocery.
cleric.
I did a cleric thing, yay!
Yeah, Callie's gone, so.
But not
Temporarily.
forgotten. But not forgotten.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I can really do. I don't think I can cast another spell as a bonus action unless it's a cantrip, which I don't have. So that's about all I can really do. I think just for flavor, she's going to then grab her bow and notch an arrow to it as a just in case.
Of course. Pip.
Pip's gonna keep seeing the result that he got last time. He's gonna roll again. So I got a 3 and then a 3, so those don't hit.
Aw, poor Pip. You don't get any advantage or anything?
That was with
Get it-
advantage.
Oh
Okay.
man.
Okay, the second one was a 20 with advantage.
That hits.
Awesome. So I will go ahead and roll my damage. That's there. That's there. Not bad. That is 11 points of magical bludgeoning. With that mace.
How much?
11 points of magical bludgeoning.
Pip. Describe your moment.
It's been so long.
Crit and a
It's been so long.
Pip just
So-
whispers that to himself as he does this. It has been so
It
long
has
for
been-
Pip.
Been too long. So Pip takes the mace and noticing the spot that Oshin and then Syl had been hacking into the thing's leg, he's going to bring the mace down and break that bough, break that vine, and send it crashing into the corner of like the very sharp corner of the obelisk. So it just like, have you seen Hot Fuzz? when Timothy Dalton, like
Oh,
that's kind of
fence
what I was.
post.
Yeah. Oh, it's the church spire.
Oh, church spire.
I can never look at that part. I can never watch that part. I can never.
Logan can't hear you.
That's a tough one. Yeah, it's not. Ugh. Okay. And you were freaking about my bug thing earlier. All right.
And both
Nothing-
are disturbing.
Nothing wrong with a little parasite worm squirming around inside of a bug's eyeball or anything. So,
Worries.
as the creature drops to the ground, it turns to burnt pieces of charcoal and half burnt pieces of wood, mostly still kind of in shape of a humanoid-ish like creature, but it seems to be dead. The fire dies down, and it becomes cold fairly quickly.
Pip will grab a nice, finger bone sized chunk of the wood and start to undo his necklace and tie a piece of the wood onto his necklace.
I thought you were going to take some of the charcoal and start cooking with it.
You could do that too. The tree got all clinky, Pip. I think that you use this stuff, don't you? In like campfires and stuff.
Yes, Pip does this.
Saldana kind of just weakly plops down on her knees and casts Cure Wounds at herself at 4th level.
I will also.
Oh, I
cast-
rolled awful on my own fucking healing. God.
I will also not because she needs.
Primer
I
will
also
also begin
really-
to heal everyone who needs it.
Your prime heart.
Yeah, I was at 8 hit points, y'all.
Pip kind of
Don't worry, I got 5 for you.
waves off. He's like,
Pip has potions.
I feel like I know what it feels like to be a bowl in a kiln right now.
No, that was definitely not pleasant. Ugh.
No.
Pip knows how the egg tubes feel.
Sudden burst of empathy.
Yeah, that's why I don't really, eat anything that's alive because can you imagine? You don't
Plants
have
are
to
alive.
imagine, Well, yeah, but like they can't think about things.
I think
Not all of
it was
them.
screaming at
Oh.
us.
Yeah, that one was screaming at
Yeah.
us.
Syl opens her swear
weird
jar at it.
Human language.
I understand what you meant. I agree.
Alright, who else really needs some healing?
I have approximately 100 less hit points than I should have.
Saldana will go over to Syl and, yeah, I don't have that many spell slots. I'll go ahead and use my last 3rd level spell slot to heal Syl with Cure Wounds.
When Syl opens her swear jar at the tree, it says, for anybody who speaks Orc, may the cat eat you and may the devil eat the cat.
You
Nice.
healed 12 hit points, Syl. Because
I'm
I'm
gonna
rolling
heal.
shit for my healing, goddamn.
Gonna heal myself with my other 2nd level spell slot.
2 healing spells, I rolled 2 1s, which is
Wow.
bullshit.
I'll just drink my thumb whiskey. Logan, Syl just sits down with the bottle and starts chugging the whiskey.
Roll a d20.
Yay!
Oh boy.
I'm so excited.
Does the goat that doesn't need to eat swallow the toe?
15.
Okay. So you heal as if it is a 15 is a medium, the 2nd tier potion. So greater
healing?
potion.
Nice. Cool.
Primarch touches the obelisk.
It's cold.
Okay. So you're
And I try using sending with it. Because I cast the spell into that, see if that will do anything.
Okay. Primarch, touching the obelisk, begins to think about casting the spell sending from it.
So with Seldana's guidance, you learn how to give the energy to it, and it takes it. It accepts it readily.
No, we were trying to test to see if we could use the obelisk to cast the spell, just like how using the stone.
Oh, I see. No,
Yeah.
it does not give it up.
Okay.
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 So it just takes.
Yeah. I'm gonna have spiritual weapon move. I don't know how this will do it. You have a spiritual weapon move close and kind of like buck at it. Like, I don't know. To see if it takes like damage spells. You know, that's damage from a spell. It's also less
An ongoing effect.
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
It's ongoing, and it's less harmful than like my thorn whip or anything somehow. So it would, if it comes back at us, it's not that much.
I'm gonna go ahead and, if everyone else is alright, she's gonna go ahead and ritual cast Identify on the obelisk, see if she can maybe discern more specifically any magical properties it has. Clearly, this shit does magic.
Sildana, can you wait to release this identifying for when it actually siphons the magic energy? Maybe it can be identified then. Like, you know, it's like a spider that hides under a rock, and you think it is just a rock, but then you see the spider grab something, and you can identify what the spider is in the moment that it does something.
Let me hold on.
Does the spiritual weapon bucking at it do anything? Attempting to like.
To what, hit it?
Yeah, because it's a spell.
Nope, doesn't do anything.
Someone would need to cast a spell that takes. I could speed up. In order for me not to take my time with it, I could speed it up. It takes me about a minute to cast the spell normally, but I would need someone else to cast a spell that would take maybe just about as long, so I can try and see if that gives me any more information. I think that would be the way, because it can take it pretty quickly, just much like my stone.
Okay, I can make water walk.
Or Pip can use one of his ring spells to at the moment that you say go.
Yeah, I know you have to time it a lot. I can also just do another light because it took that one. I don't know.
I don't know how long one would need to hold on to the magic in order to. They act similar, but also differently. But we'll try. I'll definitely speed up the process on casting the spell. Yeah.
Or if you just keep redoing it, it takes nothing, basically.
All right. Yeah, we can do that.
Because that one definitely took that spell. Don't want to try it and then try to use a spell that it doesn't take or something.
So Saldana will wait for someone to get ready to cast. So Oshino, you gonna just continuously cast light on this bitch?
Yeah, just cause it already took the magic from it once, and it's just a cantrip. So we don't use any spell slots for that.
So as Oshin does that, I'll just use a first level spell slot to cast it just to speed up the process, and I'll spend the minute casting Identify.
So what is the spell you're putting into it, Oshin?
Light. Because like what I
cantrip?
did before.
So a cantrip does not seem to pull. It doesn't seem to take it as you do it. It has no energy.
Someone will probably.
You can't cast into Saldana's little ion stone.
And someone's gonna need to cast at least a weak spell that can do something. I don't know. I'm very tired and a little bit
Fairy
buzzed.
Pip can
fire.
cast fairy fire.
Yeah.
All right.
No one's shocked by this?
He's out of his ring. Pip has said this
So-
before.
I feel like I've seen
Oh,
him
right.
do it before.
So Saldana's also too tired and a little too burnt to give a shit.
Pip's a mage? Sure.
Pip can say that Pip says that he has been to the moon and back, and she won't bat an eye in this condition.
Like Pip has been to the moon.
So yeah, I'm gonna cast Identify on the obelisk to try and figure this bitch out, as someone is casting a spell into it. See if that gets more of a reaction for.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll expend one charge out of the ring when Sildana like gives me the.
All right, so you take the spell from the ring and you give it to the obelisk, which it takes almost greedily. Saldana, still though, there is no. It's not a magical item in that way. It does not have any properties. Identify does not really tell you anything.
Or some other magic imbued, so it doesn't count as a magic imbued object.
Yep.
This is frustrating. It takes magic, but it isn't magic. Oh, I'm so frustrated.
Absorbing all the light.
It-
There's no
it is-
harm in
Pip is thinking that it is because of the Fey magic on the island.
Oh,
More than likely.
I had a
Huh?
thought that about the trees was demons. Something sounded like demons yelling.
I believe I heard. Yeah.
I'm going to try to use commune with nature to see if there's anything other than the Feywild here.
Okay.
Other realms of influence.
I'm gonna try to cast commune with nature to see if
Okay.
there's any influence from other planes.
As you
Within 3
as you finish casting Commune with Nature, and your little bear friend appears near you, he guides you through the surrounding area, showing you all sorts of beautiful trees and things. And in the end, you understand that the only influence here, especially at this particular location, is the Feywild itself. Although not quite as powerful as it is in other areas, it is still here, and nothing else seems to influence this place.
Sure, we see what happens if I just put most of my energy into it. Because I have a powerful
Oh.
spell that.
Most things on this island will kill you, and Pip is concerned if you put too much energy into it.
Honestly, Pip, I want to see if this. I'm trying to experiment to see what all is going to be needed in order to test the properties here, to see what we could do about getting home. And honestly,
Okay.
me putting in as much energy as I can is the only thing I can think of.
Can I try something?
Is Sildana here? And Sil will offer her 2 healing potions. Like, maybe before you do that, you just like top off. She also
Alright.
looks shitty.
Oh, she?
She's still scorched.
I'm gonna walk up to the obelisk and put my hand on it, and I have no idea if it'll do anything, but I'm gonna try to use my channel divinity, the Radiance of the Dawn, to dispel magical darkness, if that has anything to do with like the inside of it or anything.
Nope. Seems to actually be made out of what this material is. Although you
Did
don't
it,
recognize it.
did it take that energy? Or
When we dug into the ground near it, how far deep did it go? Did it just keep on going as far as you were able to dig?
You didn't go very far, maybe a couple of feet. It was still going.
Pip can. Well, in the 10 minutes that it took Oshin to cast, or 11 minutes that it took Oshin to cast that ritual, Pip will just dig down.
So Pip, about 15, 16 feet down into your burrows, you start to hit stone and rock that you can't burrow through. It's still going.
He's going to go out away from the thing, and then kind of circle around along the path, along the rock, like the bedpan, and head back towards where he thinks the thing is. Kind of want to skirt it to see if he can measure if it's getting bigger as it goes down.
It does not. Yeah, I was thinking that's what you're doing. It does not get any bigger as it goes down. It seems like it's slightly angled and pointed here, but about a foot or two underground, it seems to kind of level off, and it just goes straight from there. At least so far.
Is dirt and then stone and then it keeps going.
That's interesting.
Saldana drinks down the 2 potions, which I already rolled for healing. Did okay.
I'll take the bottles.
Pip, you probably could get through with time and equipment, but you got to break up some rock and stuff.
All right. Should I go ahead and try? Just for the sake of seeing what happens.
Okay, if anything happens, I've got this one. It's an itty bitty get up potion that she's had for a very long time. I'm just gonna pop this if something happens.
All right. Everyone else back up a bit, just in case.
Back up.
Syl's also going to go into a rage. She's gonna angry step back, if possible. She'll start hitting the ground with her sword if that helps keep the rage going.
Oh, smart.
So Saldana is going to go up to the obelisk, and she's going to place both of her hands on it. And she's going to focus all of the energy that she has, and I'm going to cast Regenerate into the obelisk, which is my 7th level spell.
Level 7. Okay. The more powerful the spell, the more hungrily it seems to pull on it as you're starting to cast it until you release it, and it is gone within the obelisk.
Nothing else happened. It just took the spell.
Just took the spell.
What an anomaly.
That's odd.
Probably needs to take it up over time.
Or it's using it for something else that we can't see, and it's real bad.
I don't have it today, but I can always try divination and someday and try and figure out what could happen.
Yeah, I thought about going augury today. Just had a thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's going deep into the ground. Really deep.
God.
That's where the people that are coming after us, that's where they are. Right?
So what if we're just giving them power? Okay.
That seems kind of rude.
I just threw a whole bunch of light spells at them. I don't think they'd like that.
Maybe we accidentally knocked them all unconscious with blinding light spells.
Peep is concerned that if there are very, very few things on this island that there are only one of. Peep is concerned that this is not the only one of these. If it is
that
not,
would be a good question to ask.
If it is not the only one, then more of these fiery tree demons will be around, protecting them or something, and one of them, who knows what it does, but if there are a lot of them, who knows what they does.
Very salient point.
Yeah. So it's got something to do with being able to go home.
Well, maybe it's about dealing with what's below the ground that helps us get home. So understanding what those things are will help us deal with what's underground, and that helps us get home.
Also, the place where you can just leave, you can just go do magic and leave, that's in the center of the island. Do you think that maybe these were around to sort of stop that from happening? They don't really take the spells from you when you're trying to do them. I was able to do plenty, but maybe that kind in particular, the person, the bad person that lives in the middle of the island, maybe she put them up so that people can't leave, so they've got to know her and follow her, whatever. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Keep people from being able to leave or to talk to the outside world so she can exercise control.
How many total spell slots have you put into it?
I put in. Are just slots or spell strength?
Spell levels
Spell
or spell
levels.
slots?
I know I
Sorry.
put in a 7th. Let me see what else I might have put in.
And you put in sending, which is 3rd.
We put in sending, which is 3rd.
And
Yeah.
somebody put in
Fairy fire, which is first.
So 11.
Sounds right.
Did anyone else cast
Did
a spell
Callie
into
put
it?
anything
I
in?
cast light on it
Nope.
a whole bunch of times.
Yeah,
but that
Ocean
was-
cast light. But
Cast, yeah,
But that's
the
a
cantrip
cantrip.
spell. All right, 11. Syl, I need you to make me a perception check with advantage.
okay. I already have that, but I appreciate the advantage. 19.
I'm going to DM you.
Okay.
Oh,
That was
that's
good.
dangerous.
Can I just say, I have a 0 perception modifier. That was a real good roll.
Oh, good.
I rolled an 18 and a 19.
Yay, Priscilla! That fight was nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard a
I'm
little bit.
still about 100 shy of feeling perfect.
I'm so glad I
don't
prepared
know,
people
I'm-
to bring up Prime Heart. Jesus
I've
Christ.
got,
You ever seen Parks and Rec, Syl? You have, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, good.
Oh God. It's the Sweetums Candy Company underneath the ground.
Oh shit!
They're filling.
It's
We're just gonna
licorice.
find a bunch. We're just gonna find a bunch of Faroche with like various dietary issues because they've just been eating candy and Slurpees.
I'm also really glad I cast Aid because oh my god, I would have been down a lot sooner. This is why I'm a support cleric.
Syl wanders up to the obelisk and just sort of stares at it a little bit and puts her hand on it and kind of compares her hand to it and
Hey guys, I don't think this is like really black anymore. Like,
What?
I think it got a little lighter.
Saldana walks over to the obelisk and takes a look where.
Having very little frame of reference and not staring at pigments all day, every day, literally for decades, you do not have the eye to be able to really tell the difference, especially with nothing to compare it to. No one really does.
It kind of goes from what was before was sort of an obsidian glass. Now it's kind of like a deep charcoal color. It's subtle, but it's there. I think, unless the
Right.
fire from the tree messed it up. I don't know.
what do you think will happen if
maybe.
we make it really light?
If we make it more spells, that's probably what it is. More spells we put in. We're charging it up, I guess.
Right. That is fair. I don't know if
Yes.
the answer to that observation is continue. I'm not sure about that.
That's fair.
I mean, I don't know. I can't really think of anything else. We either find a way. Like you said, this could either be blocking our teleportations, or this could be the way to use teleportation, and we just need to power it up.
Sure. I think that it might make sense to ask permission if continuing to do this is a good thing. That's a yes/no question, right? You could ask that at some
Yeah.
point.
Well,
Can you?
hold on. Let me look at commune because there are little asterisks with this spell.
well, there's asterisks about casting it more than once. There's a chance it fails or something.
No, there's a 25%
There's a
chance
25
you get bad information and it answers wrong.
That I get
so
no
you don't
answer.
know.
Do it again.
No,
But
with
you don't
commune, it's
know.
I get no answer.
Oh, no answer?
Yeah, if you cast the spell 2 or more times before finishing your next long rest, there's a cumulative 25% chance for each casting after the first that you get no answer.
Oh,
She
okay.
has-
That
So
could
you
be
still got
augury. That's
25%.
giving you
That's
false
not too
information.
bad.
Yeah, so we could, I'll just want to figure out what questions to ask before I get scolded by a chalkboard again.
The blackboard says, "What happens when you ask for more homework?" Yeah, I would say would continuing to cast spells into the obelisk have a beneficial outcome for us? Maybe
It's going to want something a
Is
bit more
this-
specific than beneficial.
well,
Probably.
two things. Will filling the obelisk with spells cause harm to people on this island? And
We're continuing
then,
to cast.
yeah, will continuing to cast on the obelisk cause harm to people on this island? And the other would be, will continuing to cast help benefit us to get off the island? I kind
Safely.
of just safely. Is there another facet to dealing with the obelisk that we should ask about so we can kind of
Is-
get a broader sense?
Is there more than one?
Oh yes, is there more than one obelisk on the island?
Are Network.
One of my suggested questions could be replaced with, are the obelisks being used for some nefarious purpose?
Yes.
Or something to that effect.
Well, we
You can
know
ask
that
specifically.
they are not built by mortals on this plane, so
Okay.
But
or any plane.
So I'm going to
The
double check that
person-
I make sure that I got the. Would continuing to cast spells on the obelisk cause harm to the people on the island? Would it help us to teleport off the island? Is there more than one? Or those were the wording that I heard correctly?
Are we worried specifically about people on the island or the island itself? I don't know. Maybe people's the more
people on
immediate
the
concern.
island- just had another thought. The specification that it wasn't built by immortals really. That's really something, isn't it? Considering the person sitting in the middle of the island isn't immortal.
So you think she might have built them?
Maybe.
Perhaps. I want to learn more about our immediate problem of getting off the island, to be frank.
Well, yeah. Well, she's in the middle of the island, whereas you have to go to teleport out. Maybe knowing if she was the one who made him, might let us know if there's trouble. That might give us an idea of if there's going to be trouble if we continue to mess with them.
So maybe the question, instead of if there is more than one, should be continue the theme. Does casting into them harm people on the island? Does casting into them help us get off the island? And does casting into them aid our enemies?
Okay, sure. And if
Because
we have
our enemies are very clearly defined.
so instead of saying our enemies, do you say the elves and the lady in the middle of the island? Or our
I'm just
enemies here
avoiding
on the island? Maybe?
Yeah, I'm just
Still
avoiding
interested?
saying the name just in case because of the mole blade thing. But you can probably just ask for her name.
I think that's a fair question.
Okay,
Will
so
casting help our enemies? Or will casting, benefit our enemies in their plans? However Kyle said it.
Aid our enemies.
Hey, darling. Sorry, I didn't mean to do an impression of you. It just happened.
It's fine. You can fully understand the intent of what Pip is saying when you attempt to put yourself in Pip's
Psyche?
sure. Pip does not wear shoes. So
all right, I'll give it another try, and we'll see if he speaks to me. And Saldana is gonna go ahead and She'll just sit in front of the obelisk, just because why not? And she's gonna go ahead and begin casting the spell again, ritually.
So crosses her fingers for her for the full 10 minutes.
As Sildana lights the incense and begins the ritual and just finishes wrapping up, going into this trance, the rest of you hear footfalls. But not small footfalls. And not slow footfalls, but actually quick, tall, chicken-like footfalls. Some of you are familiar with this sound as the house ran away from you last time.
Oh!
But it depends
Sildana,
on which one.
you are sitting in a desk in front of a chalkboard. The chalkboard writes, "Whose test did you copy?" The chalk falls to the ground and rolls to your feet.
Saldana picks up the chalk and she begins writing. With continuing to cast spells on the obelisk, harm the people on the island.
The writing begins to appear. It says, "The little stone girl next to you had the same answer. 10 points from Saldana Door." And it says, "Maybe."
10 points to Syphilpuff.
Oh, Syphilpuff is so much better than what I had.
Should be Saldana Claw.
I had Saldana Claw.
Does casting magic into the obelisk help us potentially teleport off the island?
Potentially.
Those operative words.
And
Sorry?
you get a little star that appears.
Is that supposed to be an unclear? Or
Potentially, yes, it can. Yes, it's a yes.
okay.
But it's potentially, just like you asked. There is a chance that casting spells into it will help you get off the island.
Does casting magic into the obelisk aid our enemies?
You know the answer. And it underlines the word potentially. And it says, "Are you sure you're ready to unlock this door?" Tick tock. And then you come out of it. And you come out of it with everyone starting to panic as they hear, well, maybe not necessarily panic, but start to kind of look around as they hear the sounds coming closer and closer of, if you were at the chicken house, definitely the sounds of the chicken house coming closer.
What does that sound?
Not good. It's not horrible, I don't think, but
No,
it's
it's pretty
not
bad. We
good.
gotta go.
Well,
Alright.
it depends on who is driving the chicken hut.
It drives itself. It just has temperament.
Yes, but we don't know who's in there. So,
Does it
should
matter?
we treat it as bad and move?
So they're a pretty naked lady, or it's a pretty
I'm
evil.
going back to camp. If you, okay, I'm gonna get up and start to.
Yeah, so Saldana's
Yeah,
gonna quickly collect her incense and yeah.
If it's the ugly hag naked lady, I mean, she popped Earl's mushroom cap, so you know that's not something you want to.
Check off
really
snooze, yeah.
Syl will start following Oshin. I mean, yeah.
I don't really want to mess with a hag.
Nope, not after that fight.
They seem
So,
like the
Donna,
kind of
what do you
person
think
that
about the
can do
obelisk?
one whammy. Yeah, walk and talk.
Pip
So
wants
your
to
goal
see
is to
what-
flee this area.
Yes. What, Pip?
Pip wants to see why the chicken hut is coming here.
I was about to
So
say,
come-
I'm also
Okay,
curious.
then we can
so hide.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it
Yeah.
is because of us or because of the obelisk or because of the giant fire that leaped into the sky.
This is could potentially help us get off the island, and it could potentially be aiding our enemies.
Potential.
Yes.
No, Logan, it was a definite yes about the aiding enemies, correct?
No, it was potentially.
Okay.
Same reason. All three of those technically had the same answer. They were all because of the same reason. That's why they're all maybes. You get the idea from walking away that it really depends on who controls whatever it is you're doing in the end.
Given the questions, given the answers, really, depending on who uses it, depends on how it's used. It could potentially help us. It could potentially help them. It could potentially ruin everything. Who knows?
Too many variables. We need to see who is coming.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. We need to make sure. Yep.
How close are you wanting to be?
Enough
Sight
to see the
or
ob-
sound?
Sight.
Sight.
Sight only. I'm not going to have
I
you
can-
roll.
Well,
Well, I can. Yeah, I was saying I can see from pretty far away. So
That's my point. So it doesn't really matter. With sight, you're not even going to have to roll. If you want to be close enough to hear anything that might happen, I'm going to have to make you roll because you're much closer. So that is your choice.
Oh.
then Saldana's going to use her channel divinity knowledge of ages to have proficiency in the stealth skill.
Hey.
Okay, for like 10 minutes, right?
10 minutes.
Okay.
It's enough to help her at least try and find a way to make herself.
Yeah, some people can go invisible.
So, I'm gonna.
for like 6 seconds.
So can Pip, and Pip burrows. Like,
Just little furrow
gonna,
ears
um,
sticking
He'll
up out
leave
of
a
the dirt.
hole.
he'll burrow in the jungle and then get his way closer to the.
I'm gonna use disguise self again to shift like hair color and skin color and clothes and stuff to like a darker, like more like the colors
Sure.
of the bushes while I hide, like I had done the day before.
Camo sheen.
So if you are staying in earshot, roll. If not, don't worry about
Primark, you staying or you going?
I'm staying.
it. You stay or do you go
Perception. We're rolling perception or stealth.
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 With my roll and
Pip gets advantage for being literally.
I'm
with
gonna
my
cast
blessings,
guidance on myself.
with my blessings of knowledge, my roll becomes a 23.
19.
This,
24.
I guess, like what I did doesn't help at all.
What did you do? No, actually, Oshin, you should get
Yeah,
advantage.
okay, I didn't know if that would actually do anything.
No, it's fine. Absolutely. Using your
Everybody,
It was
abilities
a
to gain cap.
14. So
Okay.
everybody
maybe
just
actually-
like away. It sounds like
14.
I'm just gonna
What'd you
go
get,
back
Syl?
here.
no, she went back.
Okay,
Everybody
yeah.
else had advantage. She had no way to do this well.
All
So
right.
she went to sight view rather than hearing.
As the chicken hut arrives, it comes running into the clearing. This strange-looking 2-story hut on top of 4 stories of chicken legs. The chicken legs bend and fold down as it kind of squats, letting the house settle to the ground. A few moments later, a very attractive woman walks out. She's wearing clothes this time, which is, a colorful change. Wearing actual simple traveler's clothes, nothing too fancy. As she walks out and just looks around, looks at the hulking creature on the ground, and then looks at the obelisk. She continues to search the area around. Doesn't seem to see any of you. We found another, dear sister. Someone was here. She puts her hand on it. They fed it. Yes, I know. And she starts to cast. And she starts to pump several spells into it. Soon, I know. Yes, it will be good to see you again. After a few moments of being there and admiring it, looking around at the guardian, she turns and goes back into her hut. Appearing at the window only a moment with a map or a book, making some notes, looking at the surroundings, and then closing the book. And then the chicken hut leaves, standing back up and running off into the forest.
So Donna's going to wait a few moments to give the hut time to go away before she finally crawls out from underneath the bushes, and Flourishing managed to maneuver to camouflage herself. Fuck, what have we done?
The obelisk is noticeably lighter. Not necessarily that it's lighter, but you're starting to see that it's actually translucent almost. It's more got the hints of obsidian where you can kind of almost see through it. If you go to the corner and put the light behind it, just at the edges of the corner, you can see the light come through. You could not before. It's becoming clear, but it's got a long way to go. Depending on how many spell slots were just put into it, you would guess it could be 1,000 or more spell levels needed. Maybe 2 before this thing would be completely clear.
So, how does this? I think we should go back. Like the I don't. It's want to check Mari. See if she's okay. But just
Yeah, we need to tell the captain, we need to tell the others, and we need to find the other obelisks. Because she mentioned that there were more. Who knows what can happen, depending on how many there are, who knows what could happen if all of them become active.
Or who knows how far along
She needs to
the
find
other
them
ones
first.
are.
They have to be found and they have to be charged. Can't hear you, Logan.
Stupid computer. So, Donna, I'm going to give you a meta hint. You were told how many there are.
Ha 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 ha.
Gabby doesn't remember, because Gabby
That's
is
okay.
Gabby's gonna have to rewatch the clips then.
Would I be able to assist with the hint with a question to you, Logan?
I don't mind as long as your Gabby or Saldana shared everything.
Yeah, as long as you do. Sure.
Yeah, she absolutely did. Yeah, she.
How many? So okay, I'll ask it still. How many points were the star on the board?
Fuck. Okay, now I know.
Another thought. TikTok.
So we have
12 domains.
There's probably
I think
10
that
at
would
least.
be more.
I mean, it told me 10 points from whatever the fuck it said. I don't know.
There was a lot of cryptic shit there.
I don't know.
Yeah, just a bit.
But I'll probably not give you a vital clue in the middle of a joke, so you can probably rule that one out. And a star, I did not tell you how many points there were on it. That would have been fairly obvious. But there was one direct clue that kind of points. And Oshin, please get inspiration.
Nope. Yep. Yep. Tic tac. Yep. That's 12. And they're around the island as a clock.
Or at least a circle.
Or at least a circle, that's what I meant. So we have to find 11 more.
Okay. Not that I can do this math myself, but if you figured out how far away we are from the center place.
Find a map. Point it out on the map.
Yeah, then just go that distance around and you might be able to find more of them.
Hopefully we can all, if whenever we find the next one, we're going to have to, we're going to have to mark each one that we find.
Hope it's not already clear.
Yeah.
That too. It seemed like she has been finding them for a while. So depending on how many we find, depending on their condition, this is going to be a time.
That's a good joke.
It was unintentional.
So
What?
good. Time clock.
Clock.
House. Yeah.
It's gonna be a time.
She had a clock in her house too.
I'm apparently one for unintentional puns.
It was good though.
What?
So Saldana, because I know that your brain can work like this, estimating out with what you know, you would guess that it would take the most powerful wizards you've ever met. It would, without epic boons, it would probably take them, one of them, using every spell every day, 20 to 30 days to turn one of these clear.
20 to 30 what? You cut out a little for me.
Days to turn one clear. Using all of their spells every day for somewhere around 20 days to turn one clear.
And that's
Assuming that your calculations are right and the estimates are correct and that it doesn't use any of that energy as time goes on.
Well, it still begs the question of whether or not we want to open one of these things with all the magic. I think there are more questions to ask, if possible.
Well, the thing is that whoever has control of them controls what the outcome will be with them. If we can somehow manage to gain control over them, then we can find a way home. We can find a way to get out of here. Because clearly, that woman was trying to release someone dear to her, someone very
Yes.
powerful. If it requires using magic for these,
Her other half. And if they reunite, they take Alden Costa with them.
And the rest of the gods in revenge.
fuck. And we have to make sure that we find and fill these up first.
And you need to know how many we need to fill, if it needs to be all 12 of them, or just one will fuck up the plan, or... I don't know.
It's going to take some time, and it's going to take powerful magic, so it's going to take a lot of magic.
Well, I'm out. Here, you can have my wand, I guess. I don't think I'll be much help for that.
I know, GB, Finku, me, anyone who's a spellcaster. It's going to take a lot of our energy.
People step up to the plate.
All the fairy fire. One spell slot at a time.
We probably need...
So,
Maybe we should try and talk to the captain about maybe moving the camp over here. That way we can have guard over it, watch over it, make sure...
or it could be a magnet for all sorts of trouble. I don't know.
She could, yeah. She might
Yep.
just come stomping through anyway.
There was a relatively powerful guardian around the spire, which means that other things might be that it was
I wouldn't
protecting
doubt
it
it.
for something from something. So this area might be more dangerous than we think. Now that especially now that the guardian is gone. Pip needs to find his friend.
I will
Well,
say
that
we
makes-
really shouldn't leave it unguarded. We can't let anyone else use it.
What could your friend do?
Well, if we cannot use the obelisks and it might take more energies than we have between us, then what is more important? Going home or stopping her from achieving her goals?
Oh, when you
Pretty
put it that way.
apocalyptic.
When you put it that way, I guess stopping her.
Well, Shin, I understand. Peep is home, but you have different home. Peep hopes that this is not the case, that stopping her does not stop our ability to leave. That would be very sad for everyone that is not Pip or Saxi or anyone who wants to stay on the island. But mostly Pip and Saxi. Pip hopes it does not come to that, but Pip's friend is a mountain. Perhaps
All right.
can smash it.
Oh, that's super cool. Oh, is your mountain friend here on the island, or is it somewhere else?
Oh, Pip hopes that it not go somewhere else.
Oh, so this is. I thought maybe you had traveled far away from the island and discovered a mountain that talked to you. It's just
No.
here. That's neat.
It is here. He didn't like moving very often, though. He was rather late.
What is that
Well,
sound?
It's the sound of a ferret.
Pip, you hear this noise.
Oh shit.
It is the sound of a ferret.
You turn, you look on a little rise at the edge of the jungle, right at the edge of this clearing that you've been fighting in. There's a gray and brown female Feroche standing at the top of this ridge. She's wearing kind of a strap around her chest. She has a dagger. She bounds forward a couple times, then stands up again and just chitters at you again. She looks at everyone else. She looks like she gets scared. She turns and runs off.
Pip will yell in Farosh, wait.
As you bound up to the top of this little ridge, she's nowhere to be found. You look and you try, but a skilled scout is no match for you, unfortunately, or vice versa. You're no match for a skilled scout being able to hide and on their home turf, which is unfortunately not your home turf anymore. You know a lot about it, but you left very young. But they saw you and they're here. They're closer than you expected. That's where we're going to end. Thank you, everyone. Next week, we only have one episode on Tuesday because then we're going to WonderCon because I guess that's what we're doing next week. We'll be there all weekend having a very fun time. We will check in with you often. We will do some live streaming when we can and are allowed to. And we will just say hi a lot. And we'll come by. And we'll probably go and drop $20 or $30 at the random items thing from the kittens, exploding kittens booth, because their booth is hilarious and it spits out a lot of crazy randomness a lot. So that would be a lot of fun. We got a banana last year. There's a potato cat. There's a lot of craziness. So, we'll hopefully we'll get some videos there, and we'll just have some fun overall. Maybe we'll meet Tentacle Cat Guy again. That was always good. They're adorable. They're not creepy like they might sound. Anyway, we're gonna go have a lot of fun. So thank you guys very, very much. We love you all, and we hope to see you. Oh, we got an episode tomorrow. Actually, I forgot about that. We have an episode tomorrow at 1 p.m. We'll be here, and then we've got Tuesday. So I apologize. Pacific Daylight Time. Yes, PST, Pacific Time. And we'll see you then. Thank you guys very much. Actually, how many people do we have? Should we do a raid?
Oh, sure.
We can
Kinda late,
certainly
but it's
try.
Friday.
14's not bad.
14's great.
For all of you for hanging with us.
Yeah.
And thank you for the new people, everyone. And Renee, if you're still here, thank you for coming by and taking a look. We love Renee. Renee does. Oh, come on. My brain just shut off. It was like you were done with this. You were going to be done. No more of this.
Don't volunteer your brain to remember things your
things.
brain is not prepared to remember.
Fate and the Fable Maidens, which is one of
There
the
you
best
go.
names ever, but also does a lot of cool stuff around Squaticus channel. Fate and the Fable Maidens is a podcast. You should go check it out. It's absolutely one of my favorites. If you are a fan of Pinkie Pie, you will love one of the characters on there. They're amazing. Of course, I haven't listened to it in months, and I can't remember the freaking names of the characters, so I apologize. Great review, Logan. Good job. So we're going to go say hi to somebody who's actually playing D&D. Maybe them. Maybe not. Let's go see who else is here. I mean, let's find somebody new.
Pip, we're going to see your people soon.
You just did.
Well, more of them.
We're gonna see more than 3 Farosh. One Farosh being a dwarf, actually.
Technicality.
So, what is this feeling where your heart beats very, very fast and your fingers and toe beans are numb and you kind of feel
Adrenaline.
cold all over and you start to
called-
hyperventilate and there is a splitting headache and you are very, very what is the word?
I just
in
call that a panic attack.
It's
Panic
called
attack,
an
yes.
erection, son.
It's called Fennec already said I ship it when all she got was nonverbal chirping.
Let's go say hi to Torn Pixie. They're running some D&D right now. If you can't stay, that's okay. Please come along with us anyway, just to get the numbers up and show them a really good time, because I know how it feels when we get a raid of 14, 15 people, and it's amazing. It's a lot of fun, especially for us smaller guys who and girls. That was meant to be generic. The smaller folks, the smaller streams, who don't get the incredible numbers some of the bigger guys do, or those that like to play video games half the time. We are purely a tabletop RPG and board game and geekery and nerdery channel. We don't dabble in video games because we want to kind of keep
that
it to that side.
non-nerd stuff like video.
No. I'm not saying it's non-nerd, but I'm saying it's more. We want to stay away from the video games. We want to give more of a focus on this and not become overwhelmed with video game stuff. So we want to focus here, and that's where we are. But we love every one of our channels out there, and anybody playing D&D or any RPG is okay by us. So as long as they're not having their fun wrong. That was a joke. All right. We'll see you guys over there. Thank you very much. Good night.